Chapter 748. Who was he? Everyone was curious. If Tsang Chiozi hadn't fainted, he would have been even more shocked, because this was none other than his eldest disciple, He Ilian. He had been recommended to Celestial Mountain at the age of 5 by a renowned Jianghu clan, the He clan fort. Because of his good birth and rare talents, Tsang Chiozi took him in directly. Before him, Tsang Chiozi's Lockhart courtyard had taken in many disciples, but He Ilian was the first one he'd acknowledged. Thus, he was the eldest senior brother everyone talked about. He Ilian had a gentle personality and a good temper. He was cultured and refined in his dealings with others, and was very modest. He was the famous handsome gentleman of Celestial Mountain, and his martial arts skills were outstanding among the disciples of the two depositories and courtyards. Even so, he was no match for Long Feiyi. Even if Long Feiyi hadn't gone into closed-door cultivation for a month to obtain the Lustbite energy or Old Man Kenzo's 8th level Nirvana hard arts, He Ilian still wouldn't be Long Feiyi's mat. He Ilian's internal energy was only at the 5th level at most. No matter the reason, the rules of the ranking matches stated that anyone who stepped onto the stage had to fight. What was He Ilian doing here? Seeking death? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, He Ilian sighed and bowed to Long Feiyi. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one is He Ilian, the eldest disciple of Lockhart Courtyard. Please instruct me. Tsang Chioying supported Tsang Chiozi and shouted, Eldest senior brother, get down here. Have you gone mad? Junior sister, although eldest senior brother's skills aren't up to par, I have to avenge Master. Master is the head of Celestial Mountain's elders, so how could he tolerate such humiliation? So speaking, he turned towards the Lockhart Courtyard disciples. Master may have fallen, but our Lockhart Courtyard hasn't. We won't fall either, right? Immediately, some of the disciples agreed. That's right. Eldest senior brother, you're the best. Following that, the crowd began to support him, all of them agitated and filled with righteous indignation. It was as if Long Feiyi had bullied Tsang Chiozi and Lockhart Courtyard. Eldest senior brother, you're the best. Even if you fall, there's still us. Let's connect. Eldest senior brother, even if we lose to a level 8 expert like Qin Wang, it's still a glorious defeat. You're much stronger than him. Hee, I didn't expect His Highness Duke of Qin's martial arts to improve so quickly. Even Master is no match for him. Eldest senior brother, you are the pride of Lockhart Yard for challenging an 8th stage martial artist as a 5th stage martial artist. In our hearts, you are much stronger than Qin Wang. His words only made Han Yunxi's temper flare up non-stop. These people are so shameless. It's no wonder they're Tsang Chiozi's disciples. They're both hypocritical and hypocritical. His words were so sour that they could kill people. It wasn't like Long Feiyi had kicked down Lockhart Yard's door and challenged them. Bullying the weak with the strong, this was clearly a ranking battle that he was willing to participate in. This was supposed to be a battle between the strong, but a weakling like He Ilian wanted to avenge his master. His courage was commendable, but before the battle even started, he kept emphasizing that he was the weakling. He made it sound like Long Feiyi had done something to him, like Long Feiyi was bullying him if he didn't let him hit him, like Long Feiyi had an unfair advantage if he won. How disgusting! Long Feiyi gave He Ilian a disdainful look, his voice as cold as ice. Granny Yu, your lordship's battle with Tsang Chiozi isn't over yet. Where did this man come from? His words silenced the crowd into an indescribable silence. The Lockhart Courtyard disciples all gaped, not daring to utter a word. Tsang Chiozi had already been knocked unconscious off the stage. Could it be that Long Feiyi was bent on killing him? Granny Yu immediately rose to her feet. Someone come, He Ilian is interfering with the ranking battles. Take him away for questioning. Abruptly, Tsang Chioying cried out, My father admitted defeat. My father admitted defeat. Lockhart Courtyard admitted defeat. Sob sob. Song Qiuying wasn't clear on what her father and eldest martial brother had been plotting all this time, but she knew that the sect head would definitely settle accounts with him as soon as he lost. The debts from Grand Concubine Yi and Duanmuyao, as well as the various crimes her father had committed over the past few years, all of which would be hard to suppress. Thus, nothing could happen to eldest senior brother. At least Lockhart Courtyard had a successor with him around. If anything happened to him, what would a woman like her do? Over the years, she had used her father's status to gain control of many of Celestial Mountain's businesses. She could handle business matters, but she didn't know a thing about Lockhart Courtyard. Long Fei Yi, my father admitted defeat. Song Qiuzi admitted defeat, so your battle is over. Song Qiuying cried. Long Fei Ye's face was expressionless, but Song Qiuying quickly shouted, He Ilian, get down here. Lockhart Courtyard admitted defeat, so get down here. Song Qiuying set Song Qiuzi aside and rushed to Granny Yu. Auntie Yu, the rules of the ranking matches are that anyone who admits defeat will fight. My father admitted defeat. I'm his daughter, so he can admit defeat on his behalf. Many of the disgruntled spectators were pleased to hear him admit defeat willingly, especially Han Yunshi. The Lockhart Courtyard people were simply looking for their own humiliation. Granny Yu glanced at Long Fei Yi, then at the three white-haired elders at the judges' table. These were the retired elders of Celestial Mountain. They were the true honored elders of the Celestial Mountain and spent most of their time in secluded cultivation. They hadn't shown their faces for over a decade. Although they didn't participate in any worldly conflicts, including the factions of Celestial Mountain, Elder Kenzo still invited them here in hopes of intimidating the restless heretical sword sect. Kenzo kept staring at He Ilian with a stern expression. Soon enough, one of the honored elders nodded and announced, Long Fei Yi wins this round. As soon as he said this, He Ilian, whose arms were restrained by the guards, immediately broke free. He said loudly, Then I challenge your Highness Duke of Qin in my own name. Is that enough? He's finally showing his true face. Song Qiuying gave a start. Everyone else was surprised and confused. But Long Fei Ye's eyes were sharp enough to notice the strength of He Ilian's legs as soon as he jumped onto the stage. This fellow's martial arts had to be better than the crowd imagined. Since he dared to step onto the stage, he must have made preparations. Long Fei Yi knew that he had to end the fight quickly as well. Just then, he'd used too much strength in his fight with Song Qiuzi. Now his lustbite energy seemed to be flowing in the opposite direction. He didn't have much time left. Long Fei Yi pointed his Xuanhuan sword at He Ilian as he ordered, Draw your sword. But He Ilian didn't. A sinister look flashed past his eyes before he bowed modestly. I ask your Highness Duke of Qin to show mercy. Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate to slash out with his sword as fast as lightning. But He Ilian moved like a shadow and dodged the blow, leaving only his clothes torn to shreds. What incredible speed! The crowd couldn't see Long Fei Ye's sword clearly, much less He Ilian's figure. Now the crowd realized that He Ilian wasn't a simple man. He wasn't here to avenge Song Qiuzi, but to challenge Long Fei Yi for a spot in the ranking matches. This fellow hid his skills well. To move so quickly, one had to have at least 6th-level internal energy. In other words, He Ilian's martial arts skills were already on par with the other three elders. How unexpected! Second and third elder exchanged glances. Song Qiuzi hid his disciple well. I never expected it, I never expected it. Did Song Qiuzi really teach him? Granny Yu was so moved that she stood up. She marveled at He Ilian's profound internal energy at the same time as she pondered another question. Who taught He Ilian his lightness skills? In my impression, lightness skills aren't Song Qiuzi's strong suit? Long Fei Yi was surprised as well. His sword didn't stop, but struck out multiple times. But He Ilian dodged even faster than before. He Ilian's speed made many people think of the Shadow Clan. Once upon a time, They were the protectors of Western Qin's imperial clan. In a flash, all sorts of guesses rose. Although He Ilian's martial arts weren't as good as Long Fei's, his lightness skills were enough to avoid Long Fei's attacks. As long as he had enough stamina, he could drag this out with Long Fei. Although he wouldn't win, he wouldn't lose either. At the end of this duel, it would be a battle of endurance. Han Yunxi couldn't believe it. Could it be that the white-robed gentleman who saved me was this guy? How could that be? She shook her head. Although the resemblance was uncanny, she still hoped it wasn't. The white-clothed young master was the most stunning person in her life. He was an unforgettable chance encounter in her life. He was a beautiful accident that she might never meet again. She would rather never meet him again than let He Ilian destroy this beautiful moment. She wanted to summon Lil Thing so it could recognize him, but Lil Thing was still sleeping in the poison pond. In the end, she couldn't bear to disturb it. Long Fei's attacks were all meant to test He Ilian and observe his lightness skills. If he hadn't seen the true shadow arts before and been familiar with Gu Beiwe, he would have misunderstood long ago. Other than the members of the Shadow Clan, no one else would be able to cultivate the shadow art. At most, they would only learn the surface of it. He Ilian definitely wasn't a member of the Shadow Clan. Long Fei's sword grew faster and faster. Although it was only a single sword, its speed was so fast that it split into dozens of afterimages to surround and attack He Ilian from all sides. He had no choice but to back away. Obviously, the speed of his retreat wasn't as fast as the speed of his left and right movement. Although He Ilian was an accident, but in less than a cup of tea's time, Long Fei had grasped the other party's weak point. Very quickly, Long Fei's sword landed on He Ilian's shoulder and forcefully chopped off one of He Ilian's arms. Many female disciples cried out. But before they could stop, Long Fei's terrifying sword Qi chopped off He Ilian's other arm. He Ilian became an armless person just like that. But what was unexpected was that his emotions were so calm that it was frightening. These two arms didn't seem to be his, and he didn't mind at all. His mind was still focused on dodging and evading Long Fei's sword. Smart people could tell that He Ilian didn't have the extravagant hope of using escape as an attack to win the ranking battle. He seemed to have predicted the result of the competition. Then, what was his real motive for coming up the stage? Why was he delaying and wasting time? Chapter 749. Why was He Ilian fighting? Was it for himself, or Tsang Qiuzi's schemes? Or did he have other powers behind him? None of the spectators realized the severity of the situation. They watched as Long Fei hacked down again and again, then looked at He Ilian, who couldn't dodge and had chunks of flesh sliced off by the profound frost sword. Soon enough, He Ilian was bleeding profusely from both sides of his abdomen. But he was still holding on. He didn't even crease his brows as he kept dodging, stubbornly refusing to fall. Everyone was shaken to the core by the sight. No one knew when Long Fei would end He Ilian's life. Although Long Fei didn't say a word, everyone guessed that Long Fei wasn't using his full strength and was waiting for He Ilian to admit defeat. Finally, Tsang Qiuying couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Eldest senior brother, just admit defeat. Admit defeat." Tsang Qiuying's voice sounded especially desolate in the silence, but He Ilian didn't seem to hear her. He remained indifferent and continued dodging. As he dodged, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. That's right, it wasn't just blood that flew in all directions. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as Long Fei's sword sliced off his flesh. Even a handsome, jade-faced gentleman was about to be cut into pieces. Everyone had a compassionate heart. Besides the disciples of Lockhart Courtyard, many others began to feel sorry for He Ilian. Even Granny Yu's disciples began to criticize Long Fei. Isn't Long Fei going too far? Suddenly, Tsang Qiuying rushed to the front of the stage and shouted, "Long Fei, you might as well kill him with one strike. My senior brother has no grudge against you. If you want to avenge Han Yunxi, then come at us father and daughter." Yes, He Ilian had no grudge against Long Fei. Why would an 8th-rank expert like him waste time tormenting He Ilian like this? In the beginning, everyone suspected that He Ilian was deliberately stalling for time and had other motives. But now, almost everyone suspected that Long Fei was stalling for time. Long Fei was stalling for time. Only Han Yunxi and Kenzo knew that something had happened to Long Fei. It was not Long Fei who was stalling for time. It was He Ilian who was stalling for time with his own life. Long Fei was pinned down by He Ilian. Master, what happened to him? His internal injuries haven't completely healed, right? Han Yunxi asked anxiously. Kenzo's old man frowned and stared at Long Fei. No one knows if he did not want to answer Han Yunxi, or he was too nervous to hear Han Yunxi's question. Actually, from the moment Long Fei discovered He Ilian's weakness, he had sensed that Long Fei was starting to falter. In a fight between high-level experts, the discovery of an opponent's fatal weakness meant victory was set. Moreover, Long Fei's style was to kill He Ilian within 3 strikes. However, he had already struck so many times and injured He Ilian to such an extent, yet he still hadn't killed He Ilian. Those who didn't know the situation would only assume that Long Fei was tormenting He Ilian on purpose to get back at Song Chiozi. But he knew the truth and knew that Long Fei couldn't kill He Ilian. His every strike was meant to kill He Ilian, but none of them were accurate. Even so, Long Fei could still use his powerful sword chi to attack He Ilian. He Ilian wasn't Song Chiozi, so all he needed to do was use his 8th-level Nirvana Heart Arts powers. A single strike of sword chi was enough to shatter He Ilian's organs. But Long Fei didn't do that. Not to mention sword chi, even his swordsmanship was very weak now. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still standing on the stage, motionless and expressionless, everyone present would have noticed that something was wrong with him. What now? Kenzo was about to lose his mind. They'd focused all their energy on Song Chiozi, but never expected this Qing Yaojin to show up. If this kept up, Long Fei would fall into cultivation deviation very soon. Kenzo was certain that He Ilian knew something. But besides him and Long Fei, who else on Celestial Mountain didn't know about the Lustbite energy? Even Han Yunxi, who'd been guarding Long Fei's identity every day, had no idea. How could anyone have leaked the information? Kenzo didn't have time to consider such details. His top priority now was to end the ranking matches as soon as possible. If He Ilian was stubbornly holding on and refusing to admit defeat, then what about Long Fei? Kenzo immediately rejected the idea. Leaving aside Long Fei's refusal, even he, as his master, wouldn't allow Long Fei to admit defeat. Such a proud person, such a noble king, such an indomitable man, how could he admit defeat? But what else could he do? Long Fei! Han Yunxi suddenly cried out. Kenzo recovered his wits and saw Long Fei fall to one knee as soon as he swung his sword. That sword could have pierced He Ilian's heart, but because he knelt, the sword fell and stabbed empty air. Instantly, everyone stopped talking. Everyone was dumbfounded. Second elder, third elder, and Granny Yu stood up at the same time. They were all flabbergasted. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Even the white-haired supremacy on the high seat was flabbergasted. He looked at each other. Long Fei, what happened to him? Kenzo's proudest disciple, an 8th-grade Brahma at such a young age. He was the miracle of Celestial Mountain, the miracle of the martial arts world. Why did he suddenly fall to his knees on the stage? What happened to him? Did he have serious internal injuries? He didn't do it on purpose. He just couldn't kill He Ilian? So He Ilian really did it on purpose. He was deliberately stalling for time. He Ilian knew that Long Fei had internal injuries? How despicable! He Ilian took the chance to retreat far, far away. Even though his arms were crippled, his body covered in cuts and bruises, and he could collapse at any moment, his lips curved into a sinister smile. He had to hold on. No matter what, He had to hold on until his last breath. Even if he died, he had to wait for Long Fei Yi to die first. His Lord Master had said that soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. He'd arranged for him to come to Celestial Mountain and lie in wait by Tsang Qiuzi's side for years. Today, he could finally serve his master loyally. He had once been confused and doubtful. Once, he'd secretly run down the mountain to find his Lord Master and ask him what he wanted him to do. His innate talent was extraordinary, but he had to hide it. Over the years, he'd watched Long Fei Yi steal the limelight on Celestial Mountain and in the martial arts world. Only he knew how unreconciled he was. He even considered betraying his Lord Master and revealing his true skills. Then he'd swear fealty to Tsang Qiuzi and follow him to seize the position of Celestial Mountain's sect leader. But in the end, he endured because he feared his Lord Master. The consequences of betraying him were unimaginable. All he could do was wait with no destination in mind. Until this time, when Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunxi to Celestial Mountain, he'd sent multiple secret letters to his Lord Master to report everything that had happened on the mountain. It wasn't until last night that his Lord Master sent him a secret missive. The contents of the letter shocked him so much that he couldn't sleep all night. His lordship had predicted that Tsang Qiuzi would lose and ordered him to challenge Long Fei on the battle stage after the man's defeat. He was to only defend and stall for time as much as possible. The last line of the missive was that this was only a chance. It might not succeed, but if he didn't grasp it, he'd never get another chance. He didn't understand and suspected that his Lord Master was sending him to his death. Even when the ranking battles began, he still hadn't decided to fight. But when he saw Tsang Qiuzi get knocked off the stage in a flash, he believed his Lord Master's words. He decisively stepped onto the stage. Actually, Long Fei's strength had begun to fall short of his wishes, but he was still apprehensive. Like everyone else, he suspected that Long Fei was tormenting him on purpose. But now he completely trusted his Lord Master. He was grateful to him, but even more grateful for his own decision. Long Fei Ye's condition was clearly due to internal injuries, and very serious ones at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to his knees for no reason. Long Fei Yi must have gone mad. Even with internal injuries, he still dared to use such powerful sword qi against Tsang Qiuzi. In his current situation, he would suffer from qi deviation if he was lucky, or die if his qi and blood were to flow in reverse. Heilian looked at Long Fei Ye's ashen face and his smile widened. He couldn't wait any longer. Even if he died, he'd beat Long Fei Yi in the ranking battles before dying. After all these years, he could finally beat Long Fei Yi. Today was worth it. Long Fei Yi knelt on one knee on the ground, both hands propping up his sword. His head was bowed, and at close range, one could see the sweat on his temples and veins bulging on his forehead. Although he didn't show any of it, all he did was kneel on one knee. But beneath the surface, what were the waves raging inside him? He gritted his teeth and endured. Admit defeat, or else he'll die. Han Yunxi stood up and prepared to rush down the mountain, but Kenzo stopped her. He won't admit defeat. If you go now, you'll only affect him. I can't watch him die. I can't. Han Yunxi's voice was choked with sobs. She wanted to rush down the mountain, but Kenzo grabbed her hand. Han Yunxi, if you understand his pride, you can't let him admit defeat. Han Yunxi gave a start as tears streamed down her face. Grandmaster, are you going to watch him die? Can you do it? Silence reigned as everyone focused on the stage. Heilian and Long Fei Yi were about 15 paces apart. One was standing, bleeding profusely, while the other was kneeling with his head bowed. It was hard to tell what was going on. Time trickled by. Kenzo couldn't answer Han Yunxi, but he was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Fei couldn't admit defeat or withdraw from the competition. The only way was to keep fighting. If that was the case, he had to hurry. If he delayed any longer, his lustbite energy would reverse even more. Once it reached the point where his nirvana heart arts couldn't suppress it, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Why isn't he moving? Could it be that he's already? Kenzo didn't dare to think any further. It was at this moment that Ilian suddenly strode towards Long Feiyi. He had been waiting this entire time for Long Feiyi to continue his attack. As long as Long Feiyi kept attacking, he'd definitely enter a cultivation deviation. But Long Feiyi still didn't move. He was planning to keep waiting, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Although he was standing, he could faint at any moment. Blood flowed from his body non-stop, and he was afraid that Long Feiyi wouldn't make a move before he died. No matter what, he wouldn't let such a good chance slip by. Chapter 750. Long Feiyi didn't make a move, but Ilian was determined to win. He walked over step by step, and when he was 5 steps away, he used the last of his strength. His footsteps were like illusions, and in an instant, he was in front of Long Feiyi. He kicked fiercely at Long Feiyi's heart. Almost at the same time, a sharp blade jumped out diagonally, pointing directly at Long Feiyi's heart. Who knew that Long Feiyi's movements were even faster than his? Other than the 3 venerables and the old Kenzo, probably no one else present saw the process of Long Feiyi's movements. Everyone only saw the result. The result was that Long Feiyi grabbed Ilian's heel, and the blade was almost at Long Feiyi's heart, almost piercing through. This scene only lasted for a moment. Long Feiyi pulled fiercely, and Ilian's entire body fell to the ground, lying on his back. He wanted to kick with his other leg, but Long Feiyi stomped down fiercely, directly crippling Ilian's leg. Then, he pulled Ilian's leg, which was hiding the blade, and fiercely pressed it in front of Ilian. The ligaments of martial artists were all good, but Ilian's thigh was still in unbearable pain. He was already on his last breath, and seeing the blade near his foot, he opened his eyes wide in fear. Long Feiyi held his ankle tightly, pointing the blade at his eyes. Long Feiyi squatted beside him, and lowered his voice. "Speak, who told you to deliberately delay? You faked it?" Ilian's voice was very weak, but there was a stubbornness that couldn't be ignored. Long Feiyi coldly snorted, "It seems that you were tricked. Dying here, it's a waste of your good martial arts." Ilian couldn't believe his ears. Long Feiyi's abnormality just now was actually fake. He suddenly felt like a joke. He was deceived, not only by his lord, but also by Long Feiyi. His hopes were dashed. Only then did he begin to realize that both of his hands were crippled. He didn't even have a complete corpse after he died. How pathetic! He couldn't accept it. Songqiuzi will die without a doubt. You could have inherited the position of Lockhart Courtyard's head. Long Feiyi's lips curled into a sneer as he said in a low voice, "Tell this prince, who allowed you to participate in the battle, and who allowed you to deliberately delay." These words finally evoked Ilian's hatred. "Long Feiyi, come here. I'll tell you." Long Feiyi leaned closer and saw Ilian open his mouth and say 6 words. His voice was too soft and he didn't know if Long Feiyi heard it clearly. Long Feiyi was just about to get up when Ilian used the last of his strength to suddenly straighten his body, meeting the blade of the wind blade at the tip of his feet. The sharp blade entered his throat and Ilian finally took his last breath. Long Feiyi didn't even look at him as he stood up. Ilian was dead and Long Feiyi had won. Everyone stared blankly at the silent battle stage, feeling like everything that had just happened was a dream. It was thrilling to the core, strange, and unpredictable. No one could tell what was real and what was fake. Finally, the results of the battle were clear. Ilian was dead. He was really dead. There would be no more surprises. Long Feiyi's proud figure was still standing straight. Aside from his pale face, he didn't look as wretched as before. He stood high on the battle stage and looked down at the crowd. Finally, His cold gaze rested on the Lockhart courtyard disciples before he pointed his profound frost sword at them. "Who else wants to go up?" "This prince will," he said. The Lockhart courtyard disciples all bowed their heads, not daring to make a sound. Song Qiuying hugged her father tightly, not daring to cry out loud. None of the others dared to move either. Almost everyone believed that Long Feiyi had pretended to kneel on the ground in order to draw He Ilian closer so that he could seize the opportunity to end the battle quickly. Finally, everyone stopped doubting him and began to seriously ponder over this man's abilities. At this moment, Long Feiyi held his sword with one hand behind his back and asked loudly, "Who else wants to fight?" As soon as he finished speaking, the profound frost sword shone brightly, intimidating everyone present. What else was there to ponder? What else was there to hesitate about? Long Feiyi's sword chi was really above the 8th grade of Nirvana realm. It was much stronger than Elder Kenzo. Many people present were filled with admiration and reverence. The Lockhart courtyard disciples didn't dare to have any thoughts of rebellion. They only hoped that Long Feiyi and Elder Kenzo would let them off easily. Only Elder Kenzo and Han Yunshi stared fixedly at Long Feiyi, extremely nervous. Elder Kenzo was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He knew that Long Feiyi was actually forcing himself. He originally thought that Long Feiyi would fall after killing He Ilian. He never expected that Long Feiyi would still be able to stand upright and provoke Lockhart courtyard with every word. He was still like a king, looking down on the disciples of Heaven Mountain. His last sword was not only to intimidate everyone present, but also to intimidate the evil sword sect. However, he had to pay a huge price for this sword. The lust-bite power in his body had already gone against the flow. No one answered the question in the silence. Before the honored elders announced the end of the ranking matches, the sword sect master's mind was already stretched taut. He didn't dare to relax, not because he was afraid of accidents, but because there had been too many. Long Fei couldn't afford any more surprises. Right now, a single 4th rank expert was enough to destroy Long Feiyi. At this moment, second elder walked out from his seat. This Elder Kenzo's heart was hanging in midair. Han Yunshi held her breath, her entire body trembling. No! She couldn't believe it. Second elder walked step by step towards the stage from the spectator stands. Long Fei didn't move a muscle, his face expressionless, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. He was clearer than anyone else about his current situation. Suddenly, second elder stopped and clasped his hands towards Long Feiyi. "The student has surpassed the master. Fei, you are the pride of both the honored master and Celestial Mountain. Martial Uncle accepts you." This, is he admitting defeat? Is he here to express his sincerity? Seeing this, third elder hurried over as well and clasped his hands towards Long Feiyi. "Fei, third Martial Uncle accepts you as well. You've broken through to the 8th level of Nirvana Heart Arts at such a young age. Your future is limitless." Now that these two fence-sitters had confirmed their positions, who else would step up to the stage? Elder Kenzo's heart finally recovered from its suspense. Han Yunshi exhaled deeply as well. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and hug Long Feiyi, but she had to endure. She could only hope that Long Feiyi would hurry back to the peak to treat his wounds. "Granny, you stood up. Honored elders, since no one else wants to fight, why don't we?" The 3 honored elders looked at Long Feiyi with admiration in their eyes. Of course they could tell that Long Feiyi was stubbornly holding on. Soon enough, one of the honored elders stood up and announced that Long Feiyi had taken first place in the ranking battles, while Tsang Qiuzi was second. Rather than calling this a ranking battle, it was more like a competition for supremacy. Long Feiyi turned around and clasped his hands towards the 3 honored elders before flying to the peak. He saw Elder Kenzo and Han Yunshi waiting on the spectator stones, but he didn't seek them out. Instead, he went straight to Jiuxong Hall. Kenzo and Han Yunshi immediately chased after him. By the time they reached Jiuxong Hall, they saw Long Fei Yi kneeling before the gates, coughing up blood. Long Fei Yi! Han Yunxi's heart nearly stopped beating. She rushed to Long Fei Ye's side and saw that Long Fei Ye's face was shockingly pale. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with a coldness that felt foreign to her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Despite his condition, he still tried to comfort Han Yunxi. "I'm fine. Be good, I'm just." Before he could finish speaking, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Before he could even react, the blood he spat out had already turned black. This black color was not true black, but a dark red color due to the blood stasis. It was so red that it was almost black. Han Yunxi scrambled to take out all of the life-saving pills from her medical pouch and fed them to Long Fei Yi. But it was no use. She finally managed to feed him, but he immediately spat it out. It gushed out of his mouth along with his blood. "Long Fei, don't scare me, all right? Long Fei Yi. Tell me what to do. How can I help you? Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi, you can't leave me behind, you can't." Han Yunxi had never realized that she was so useless. She couldn't help at all. She didn't know a thing. No matter how she asked, Long Fei Yi didn't answer her. Even though he was still conscious, he didn't even have the energy to answer her. When he was killing He Lian, his nirvana power had started to flow in reverse. He had clenched his teeth and struck out with his last sword. He knew that without that sword, he wouldn't be able to intimidate second clan elder and third clan elder. He definitely wouldn't be able to intimidate the evil sword sect. Only with that sword would everyone believe that he was pretending to be weak. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth, as though it would never stop. Han Yunxi had already broken down. She grabbed onto Kenzo Elder's sleeves tightly. "Save him. I beg you, you must save him." Kenzo Elder was also on the verge of breaking down. His heart was in indescribable pain. He knew that the peace of Heaven Mountain was preserved, but his beloved disciple's life might not be preserved. He muttered to himself, "As long as it's a fourth-grade inner force, it will be able to protect him. You have to save him. You're the sect leader of Heaven Mountain, you must have a way." Han Yunxi screamed crazily. Who could she ask for help from? Who could Long Fei Yi ask for help from? Long Fei Yi had to risk his life to protect Heaven Mountain's peace and intimidate the evil sword sect. However, there were so many fourth-grade experts in Heaven Mountain. She couldn't ask for help. The only person she could ask for help from was Kenzo Elder. The only person who knew about this was Kenzo Elder. Once the wolves, tigers and leopards outside knew that Long Fei Yi was seriously injured, would they still let them live? Han Yunxi knew that Kenzo Elder had lost all his inner force. However, she still tugged on Kenzo Elder's sleeves and begged. "I beg you, as long as you can help him. Master, I beg you to think of a way. Long Fei Yi can't die. He can't die." Han Yunxi's cries broke Kenzo Elder's heart. He threw caution to the wind and ordered, "Men, bring Long Fei Yi to Jiuchong Palace. Whoever dares to spread this news will be killed without mercy." He was about to leave when Han Yunxi grabbed onto him. "Where are you going?" "To find the revered Sir. Only the revered Sir can save him now." The revered Sir had never interfered in worldly affairs. Even if Heaven Mountain was in a life-and-death situation, the revered Sir would not interfere. They only studied sword technique. It was already an exception to invite the three of them to oversee the ranking tournament. Whether the revered Sir was willing to save him, Kenzo Elder was not sure. However, he had to try. Chapter 751. After the Kenzo Elder left, a few attendants helped Han Yunxi carry Long Fei Yi to the 9th floor palace. Along the way, blood splattered all over the floor. Han Yunxi glanced back, but her vision was blurry. She only felt that the long corridor had been dyed red, as if the entire world had been dyed red. It was so red that it seemed impossible to wash it off. The attendants placed Long Fei Yi on the bed and retreated to one side. Long Fei Yi was already unconscious. His pale face and the traces of blood at the corners of his mouth were a stark contrast of white and red. It was a glaring sight to behold. Han Yunshi knew that Long Fei Ye's blood was flowing in the wrong direction. If he wasn't treated in time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. His life was fading away along with the blood that gushed out of his mouth. Han Yunshi pulled at her sleeves to wipe away all traces of blood from Long Fei's mouth. Very soon, both of her sleeves were dyed red. She wiped with her hands, desperately wiping. As soon as the blood gushed out, she wiped it away. But she couldn't outrun the speed of the blood. The blood was right in front of her eyes, but she couldn't wipe it all away. It was as if Long Fei was right in front of her eyes, but she couldn't grab hold of him no matter how hard she tried. He could leave her at any moment and leave her forever. She was afraid. Her hands trembled, her body trembled, and her voice quavered. "Don't. Long Fei, don't scare me, all right?" Since she couldn't wipe away the blood, she covered Long Fei Ye's mouth with her hands. But it was no use. None of it worked. Fresh blood still seeped out from between her fingers to drip onto the pure white bedding. It was a startling reminder that this wasn't a dream, but reality. What should she do? "Long Fei, tell me, what should I do?" "Long Fei, don't be like this. I beg you, please don't be like this. Long Fei, wake up. Long Fei, you promised me. You promised to go down the mountain with me. You're not allowed to lie. You're not allowed. Long Fei, how dare you lie to me? Long Fei, how can you do this? How can that be?" She had imagined countless possibilities of her going down the mountain, and secretly made countless preparations, but she had never thought that the ending would be like this. It wasn't that Long Fei didn't want to go down the mountain with her, but he couldn't go down the mountain. He couldn't accompany her down the mountain. He didn't have the life to go down the mountain. Han Yunshi cried until her voice was hoarse. She sat by the bed and looked at Long Fei. She muttered to herself, "Long Fei, you dare to lie to me. Aren't you afraid that I'll never believe you? Long Fei, in the future, will I still have a chance to believe you?" As she spoke, she couldn't stop crying. She threw herself on his body and cried loudly. Even if she was willing to believe him, but will there be a future? Will there be a chance? Long Fei's body started to turn cold. Bang! The door was kicked open by Kenzo. 3 white-haired venerables followed him in. The smell of blood in the room made them frown. Before Kenzo could go down the mountain, the 3 venerables came to him. The 3 venerables knew that Long Fei was seriously injured, so they came to save him. Long Fei's martial arts were strong, but it wasn't enough to convince them. However, Long Fei's tenacious willpower and unyielding stubbornness convinced them. They were all over 100 years old, but this was the first time they saw such a proud disciple of Tianshan. Even though she was reluctant and afraid, Han Yunshi still stepped aside. She didn't understand, so she didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that she would disturb the 3 venerables. The venerables checked Long Fei's pulse and immediately ordered, "All of you, go out and guard outside. Don't let anyone come near." All the attendants immediately left the room. Han Yunshi didn't want to leave. She wanted to say that she wouldn't disturb them. However, Kenzo looked at her and signaled her to wait outside. She shook her head silently. She really didn't want to leave. Kenzo waved his hand silently and insisted that she go out. At this time, one of the venerables helped Long Fei up. The other venerables looked at Kenzo and asked coldly, "What happened just now? Tell us." Kenzo quickly went forward, but he didn't forget to look at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi didn't dare to waste their time. She looked at Long Fei and resolutely turned to leave. She personally closed the door behind her. Her legs turned to jelly and she collapsed at the door. Her heart had already collapsed. How could she still stand? At this time, Su Donglin heard the news and rushed over. When he saw esteemed Wang Fei sitting on the ground, he quickly came over to support her. "Master, His Highness! Where is His Highness?" Han Yunxi raised her head. Su Donglin was stunned and his heart suddenly ached. He had never seen esteemed Wang Fei cry before. Why was she crying like this? His Highness, Su Donglin was also shocked. He lost his balance and fell to the side. His Highness, he will be fine. Han Yunxi said coldly. Yes. His Highness is a good person. Nothing will happen to him. Su Donglin anxiously said. Actually, he had rushed over to deliver a secret letter. Ning Nan had sent him a very urgent letter. He didn't dare to open it and rushed over as soon as he received it. Now, seeing esteemed Wang Fei like this, how could he dare to take it out? Even if he took it out, esteemed Wang Fei wouldn't look at it. No matter how urgent the matter was, it wasn't as important as His Highness's life. After a while, there was no movement in the room. Su Donglin clearly saw esteemed Wang Fei's fingers tightly clasped together. Her fingers were clasped so tightly that the color had drained from her fingers. He thought for a long time but didn't know how to persuade her. He could only hand over a clean handkerchief. Master, wipe your tears. His Highness definitely doesn't want to see you cry. Han Yunxi looked at him in a daze and didn't move. Su Donglin was really afraid that his master would become stupid or go crazy. He quickly tried to persuade her. Master, when His Highness wakes up and sees you crying like this, his heart will ache. His Highness will feel terrible. Only then did Han Yunxi regain her senses. She carelessly wiped away her tears and stood up. She told herself, don't cry, wait for him. Han Yunxi waited for a full 5 days and 5 nights. On the 5th night, Han Yunxi was on the verge of collapse. She really didn't cry. She was like a wooden puppet, staring at the tightly shut door. Su Donglin held a cup of water to her lips, but she didn't move at all. Su Donglin knew that if something happened to His Highness Duke of Qin, this woman wouldn't go crazy or become stupid. She would die. Finally, on the morning of the 6th day, the door creaked open. Elder Kenzo and the 3 honored elders walked out. Their expressions were very ugly. Han Yunxi opened her mouth to ask, but she couldn't make a sound. Her voice was completely hoarse. Master, you. Su Donglin couldn't hold it in anymore and cried. For the past 5 days and 5 nights, his master didn't drink a single drop of water. She didn't say a word. Although he was by her side, he really didn't know how she endured it. She cried until she was in despair. She cried until she was hoarse. Han Yunxi tried to open her mouth again, but she couldn't speak. The tears she had held back for 5 days silently flowed down her face. She didn't even dare to look at them, let alone rush in. The expressions on the faces of Elder Kenzo and the 3 honored elders terrified her. She was even willing to wait at the door until the end of time. At least there was still hope in her life. What's wrong with His Highness Duke of Qin? Su Donglin asked. In truth, he was also afraid, but his heart was broken by esteemed Wang Fei's silent question. He couldn't imagine how much heartache His Highness Duke of Qin would feel if he saw the magnificent Wang Fei crying like this. Without recuperating for a year or so, don't even think about collapsing. Elder Kenzo sighed heavily. As soon as he said this, Han Yunxi rushed in. She saw Wang Fei hadn't woken up, but lay quietly on the bed. He was no longer bleeding, but his entire body and face were covered in blood. Even the bed itself had been dyed a crimson red. Han Yunxi was less than 5 steps away from the bed. She stared at him in a daze. She could clearly feel that this man was getting further and further away from her. It turned out that the furthest distance wasn't 100 steps, but life and death. Even if she was always 100 steps away, she would still be able to see, hear, and know everything about him. At the very least, she would have the same sky, sun, moon, and stars as him. But life and death, that was a distance that couldn't be crossed no matter how hard she tried. She would never be able to cross it. After the 3 venerated elders left, Elder Kenzo entered the room. Su Donglin followed behind him. Several attendants were waiting at the door. 1 or 2 peeked inside, but didn't dare to enter. Han Yunshi was silently wiping Long Fei Ye's face. She carefully wiped away all the blood on his face. His internal energy and blood flowed in the opposite direction. The three venerated elders paid a great price to barely save his life. Elder Kenzo said lightly, "Don't worry. The venerated elders used all their internal energy to protect his life. He won't die." Hearing this, Han Yunshi stopped. She wanted to ask, but her throat couldn't make a sound. Elder Kenzo finally noticed how haggard Han Yunshi was. Her originally spirited eyes seemed to have lost their soul. They were dim and lifeless. "Don't worry. You can't help. His injuries can only be healed with internal energy." Elder Kenzo sighed. "I'll pick a few people from Yumin's place later. Yumin can still trust them." Han Yunshi lowered her head and kept wiping his face. Elder Kenzo added, "Old man wants to know when he'll wake up too. Song Chiozi has been convicted of his crimes. As for your identity as a poisons woman, you should have an explanation as well." Han Yunshi fell silent. Elder Kenzo had already told her everything she wanted to know. 3 days later, early in the morning, Han Yunshi was so tired that she fell asleep on her bed. In her dreams, someone seemed to be teasing her bangs. Her eyes flew open, and she saw Long Fei Yi looking at her with tender eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness. She gave a start, then grew alarmed. She rose to her feet to call Elder Kenzo. If Long Fei Yi woke up, shouldn't she find the venerated elders to take a look? "Han Yunshi, come here." Long Fei Ye's voice was weak. Han Yunshi immediately ran back, and was about to speak when she felt a stabbing pain in her throat. She could only write down what she wanted to say, and bring it to Long Fei Yi for him to read. What she wrote was, "Where does it hurt? Where does it hurt? Tell me." These words sounded so familiar. A few days ago, he'd asked her the same question when he came out of closed-door cultivation and saw her covered in bruises. But Long Fei Yi didn't read the words, but stared at her for a long time before reaching out to stroke her throat. "Han Yunshi, why aren't you speaking?" Chapter 752. Why didn't Han Yunshi say anything? She had a lot to say. She had been hiding the words for 7 or 8 days, but she couldn't say them. Seeing that Long Fei Yi had woken up, she suddenly had nothing to say. She just wanted to ask him if he was well. Seeing Long Fei Yi's distressed gaze, she quickly wrote a few words on the paper, saying that her throat hurt and she couldn't make a sound for the time being. Actually, with Han Yunshi's usual meticulous nature, she would have noticed something amiss. Long Fei's first reaction was to touch her throat. His question was, "Why aren't you speaking?" instead of, "What's wrong with your throat?" He seemed to have known that her throat was hoarse. He had been unconscious for so many days, so how did he know? Perhaps he really knew the truth. Perhaps he knew how to guess. In any case, Han Yunshi didn't think too much about it. She was filled with gratitude and joy. As long as this man was alive and could wake up, it was more important than anything else. "Why does it hurt?" Long Fei Yi asked again. His weak voice was soft, and Han Yunshi's heart almost melted. She never knew that being able to hear his voice was such a wonderful thing. Han Yunshi thought for a moment and wrote another 4 words on the paper. "It's inflamed." Long Fei Yi frowned and looked at her. After looking at her for a long time, he suddenly smiled helplessly. He stroked the corner of her eyes and asked gently, "Silly girl, you're crying, right?" Han Yunshi looked away and didn't answer. "I'm not dead yet, and you're already crying like this. If one day I really—" Before Long Fei Yi could finish speaking, Han Yunshi glared at him fiercely, warning him to shut up. Long Fei Yi continued, "If one day I really die, what will you do?" Han Yunshi stopped writing. She opened her mouth and answered silently, "If you really die, I won't cry anymore." She gritted her teeth as she spoke. Even though she didn't speak, Long Fei Yi could still distinguish every word from the shape of her mouth. "Don't cry?" Long Fei Yi thought about it for a long time and said indifferently, "If you don't cry, then what do you want to do?" Was she going to travel the world with Gu again? Aren't you afraid that this prince will really break his legs? Han Yunshi immediately wrote on the paper, "You don't have that ability now." It was rare for Long Fei to get angry at the mention of Gu Qishao's name. He originally wanted to tease Han Yunshi, but he didn't expect to be teased by her. He really didn't have the ability to break Gu's legs now. He didn't know how long it would take for him to recover from his internal injuries. He only hoped that he could recover before mid-autumn. If Han Yunshi made fun of him, he wouldn't get angry. Instead, he would laugh. Seeing that he could still smile, Han Yunshi felt like she'd lost to him. She looked at him in annoyance, but as she looked, she couldn't help but smile. She hadn't smiled in so many days. "Come over here and let this prince hug you properly. Hurry up." Long Fei was anxious. Han Yunshi immediately leaned over. Afraid that she would hurt him, she put her hands on both sides of him. Who knew that Long Fei would wrap his arms around her and press her down hard? Do you believe it? These days I can hear you crying. It's just that you really can't wake up. He suddenly became serious, so serious that Han Yunshi didn't dare to move. Before Han Yunshi could think about his words, he said again, "Han Yunshi, in the future, if I'm not around, don't cry, okay?" He whispered in her ear. His voice was very, very low, but it had an irresistible force. He said, "Wait until I wake up. Wait until I'm around. Then you can cry, okay? I'll give you my shoulder and let you cry. I'm scared. I'm scared that you'll never be around," Han Yunshi suddenly said. Her voice was very hoarse and she was choked with sobs. "Silly, I haven't married you in a grand sedan chair with 8 people carrying you. I haven't kicked the sedan chair door and carried you in. I haven't bowed to heaven and earth with you. How can I not be around?" Long Fei asked this very seriously. Han Yunshi didn't want to cry, but her tears still flowed down uncontrollably. She had never mentioned these things to him, nor did she deliberately remember them. It was just that she couldn't forget them in the end. He had never mentioned them either. She originally thought that he wouldn't care so much, but she didn't expect that he knew what he owed her. He always remembered what he owed her. "Okay, I'll remember it all. You must return what you owe me. You're not allowed to go back on your word. Otherwise, I'll marry someone else," she said seriously. As soon as her voice fell, the strength around her waist immediately tightened. It was so tight that she almost couldn't breathe. However, she still stubbornly said, "Then it's settled." Long Fei would eventually lose if he dared to compete with her. She didn't feel pain, but he would. In the end, he could only helplessly let go. He gently rubbed her throat. "Don't talk so much. If your throat is really damaged, I'll be guilty." She laid on top of him. Actually, she still hadn't fully recovered. She didn't know how she got through all these years. Even now, she felt like it was a dream that she had completely lost control of. "I'll go get Shizhuan to take a look at your injury." She wanted to get up, but Long Fei didn't let go. "Be good. Don't talk. Let Ben Wang hug you for a while." Han Yunshi buried her head in his chest and didn't see the deep guilt in his eyes at this moment. Tenderness couldn't last long. Soon, Elder Kenzo came over. When he saw that Long Fei was awake, he was overjoyed and quickly took his pulse. Han Yunshi wanted to move away, but Long Fei held her hand and didn't let go. "Take his pulse," Han Yunshi whispered. Long Fei held her hand with his left hand and extended his right hand to Elder Kenzo. "I'm blocking it. Stop fooling around," Han Yunshi reminded him in a low voice. She was so anxious that her ears were burning as she leaned against Elder Kenzo's face. But Long Fei didn't let go. She had no choice but to move aside and sit on the edge of the bed to give Elder Kenzo some space. Elder Kenzo saw all of this, but pretended not to notice a thing. He didn't say a word or smile, but quietly took Long Fei's pulse. "You should thank the honored elders for their true qi. Otherwise you really would have lost your life," Elder Kenzo sighed with emotion. "How long do I have to recuperate?" Long Fei Yi was only interested in this question. A year if slow, half a year if fast. You won't be able to leave the mountain this autumn, Elder Kenzo replied honestly. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but Han Yunshi quickly added, Your health is important. You need to recuperate for a year. The situation in Northern Li isn't clear yet. If Jun Yixie can bring back his battle horses, then Ning Qing won't be able to go south. Long Fei Yi nodded and changed the topic. He asked Elder Kenzo, Has Zhang Qiuzi been tried yet? He's locked up in jail. Once we interrogate him, the poison sect incident. Elder Kenzo was in a difficult position. Everyone knew about Zhang Qiuzi's scandal, while the poison sect incident was a hot topic. Although there were plenty of rumors at the foot of the mountain, Elder Kenzo hadn't held a trial yet. Thus, there were no final conclusions. The poison sect, let's not admit it for now, Long Fei Yi said. So many people saw the poison beast that day. How could we not admit it? Han Yunshi retorted. We didn't say we wouldn't admit it, just that we're still investigating. Elder Kenzo chuckled at Long Fei Yi's words. He was all too familiar with the government's evasive tactic. So what if he personally identified Han Yunshi as a poison sect descendant in front of all the disciples of the two depositories and courtyards? He hadn't announced it in front of the world, much less made any public announcements. News from the foot of the mountain had spread through small channels. Now that Zhang Qiuzi had been defeated and the two depositories and courtyards had surrendered, which celestial mountain disciple would dare to stand out and identify the sect leader as the one who spread the news? In this world, there were many things that everyone knew that would never become reality until the government acknowledged them. Although Han Yunshi detested such evasive tactics, she had to admit that it was an excellent idea. Long Fei Yi had defeated Zhang Qiuzi and killed He Ilian. Then he'd unleashed such a powerful strike that the rebels in Lockhart Courtyard had all withered away. A few days ago, scouts had reported that the heretical sword sect forces at the foot of Celestial Mountain had all retreated as well. By now, Celestial Mountain was stable. However, Long Fei Yi was still injured, while Elder Kenzo had lost all of his internal energy. If anyone found out, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thus, Celestial Mountain's situation was still grim. Long Fei Yi's original plan to take control of the mountain and openly oppose Medical City had to be delayed. Under these circumstances, they couldn't fight head-on against Medical City, so they could only resort to roundabout tactic. They used the excuse of still investigating to buy time for Long Fei Yi to recover and for Gu Beiwei and Bailey Yuanlong to stabilize South Ning's commander-in-chief's estate. As long as Celestial Mountain didn't acknowledge them, Medicine City would have an excuse to supply supplies and Gu Beiwei would have a reason to shut up the mouths of the clan heads in South Ning's estate. Han Yunshi sighed. At the very least, doctors with a bit of conscience should be able to hold on. The scariest thing about Medical City's ban wasn't Medicine City's lack of medicine, nor would the great clans of South Ning take the chance to strip her of her position as Wang Fei. Instead, it was the fact that all of the medical centers in South Ning would retreat. Seeking medical treatment for illness wasn't the same as eating. You didn't need it every day, but it was just as important. Think about it, if all those doctors withdrew from South Ning, then no one would be able to seek medical treatment for their illnesses. How frightening would that be? Before this, Han Yunshi only knew of Medical City's strength and status in Cloud Realm continent. But she'd only heard about it from hearsay and had never seen it for herself. She didn't even want to believe it or understand it. Medical City had neither military nor martial prowess, and wasn't even in the top 3 in terms of wealth. Didn't they just control Cloud Realm continent's medical community? Where did such a high status come from? But now she believed it. An incurable plague could destroy an entire country, or even civilization. Medical City's strength was as frightening as a plague. As far as she knew, the medical community had no borders even in a world war. There would always be doctors from all over the world willing to rush to the battlefield and save the dying and heal the wounded in a hail of bullets. It had to be said that Cloud Realm Continent's Medical Academy was a marvel of the medical world. Han Yunshi grew curious. Why did the Medical Academy destroy the Poison Sect in the past? Just what kind of heinous crimes did the Poison Sect commit? Or was it just to get rid of dissidents? The Kenzo old man glanced at Long Fei Yi before saying, "Have you heard of the Undying and Indestructible People?" Chapter 753. Undying and Indestructible People? Long Fei Yi naturally knew of them and had seen them before. Han Yunshi, however, had only heard of them. Supposedly, undying and indestructible people were poison goo humans created through poison nurturing technique. Like zombies, they looked like normal people, but were undying and indestructible. They wouldn't even age. Is it because of poison goo humans? Han Yunshi asked. Kenzo nodded and began to talk about the history of the Medical Academy and the Poison Sect. The Medical Academy had existed in Cloud Realm Continent for a very long time, even longer than the Great Qin Empire. At first, it was just a school that taught medical skills, but after hundreds of years of growth, it grew into the #1 power in Cloud Realm Continent today. The true rise of the Medical Academy should have come after the Great Qin Empire was destroyed. At the same time, it established a medical association to control all the doctors in the world. Because the Medical Academy was the beginning of Cloud Realm Continent's medical community and the medical sect, most doctors learned their medical skills from there. Thus, the establishment of the association won the support of all doctors without much resistance. After all doctors hoped to gain the protection of the association and rely on its strength to further their medical skills and careers. While the medical association provided the doctors with protection, it also had the power to restrain and even control the doctors in the world. Once the association grew strong enough, a single doctor wouldn't be able to contend against it. Once they did, it meant that they'd run into walls everywhere in the industry and be restricted in every way until they couldn't make a living. There were bound to be plenty of doctors who refused to accept the Medical Academy's actions against the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate today, but most of them didn't dare to voice their discontent. That's why it's best for the Imperial Court to keep control of industries that affect the people's livelihood, such as military equipment, grain, medicine, and irrigation. Otherwise, they'll be blackmailed by these industries sooner or later, Han Yunshi said. She'd understood this principle long ago, but said it especially for Long Fei Ye's benefit. Cloud Realm Continent's commerce was very advanced, but the various countries' imperial courts only controlled the land. They were too lax in many of the key industries. Long Fei Yi glanced at her before nodding thoughtfully. Kenzo admired Han Yunshi even more now. He sighed in his heart. If only this girl wasn't a daughter of the Poison Sect. He took a sip of tea and continued. The Poison Sect used to be an important part of the Medical Academy. It was an independent branch of the Medical Academy known as the Poison Doctor, and had a long history. The Medical Academy's Poison Sect was known as Cloud Realm Continent's head of 10,000 poisons. Whether it was Jun Yixie's 100 Poisons Sect, the Tang clan's former Poison Sect branch, or other powers in the poison world, their poison skills all originated from the Poison Sect. Before the Poison Sect was founded, the concept of poison in Cloud Realm Continent was limited to snake venom. Even the treatment of snake venom was considered ordinary. Medicine and poison were one and the same. It was precisely because medical doctors found more and more fatal cases of accidental ingestion of poisonous herbs in the process of medical practice that the medical school began to research poisonous herbs and began to develop the concept of poison. Gradually, doctors discovered that many medicinal herbs contained a certain amount of toxins. If they were not used properly or matched properly, it would cause the human body to show signs of being poisoned. It could even be fatal. Other than medicinal herbs, There were also some unknown plants that had no medicinal value but were highly toxic. Not only poisonous snakes, but many animals also carried a certain amount of toxins. Thus, the Medical Academy established its own independent school of thought and called it the Poison Sect. It organized a group of doctors to specialize in the study of poisons. Once the Poison Sect was established, the Medical Academy split into two factions: the Medical Sect and the Poison Sect. But any method that could save lives could also harm others. Doctors were the most frightening killers in the world, and poison doctors were even more so. The Poison Sect's poison skills started out as detoxification techniques that specialized in treating poisoned people. The Poison Sect had strict prohibitions that forbade any poison master from using poisons for any reason except for the research and development of antidote. But no matter how strict the prohibitions were, there were still people who disobeyed them. As the study of poisons developed, more and more poisons were recorded in the book. Gradually, outside powers began to infiltrate the market and tempt poison masters with all sorts of conditions to buy ready-made poisons and even their prescriptions. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food. No matter how strict the prohibitions were, it was impossible to resist the temptation for everyone. Less than a decade after the Poison Sect's establishment, the number of poisoned people in Cloud Realm continent each year was already skyrocketing. Thus, the Poison Sect began to investigate the spread of poisons and ferret out many poison doctors to execute as a warning to others. However, the Medical Sect was wary of the Poison Sect's growing power and seized the opportunity to slander the Poison Sect everywhere. In less than 5 years, the Poison Sect and the Medical Academy were like fire and water. Because the Medical Sect controlled most of the Medical Academy's power, the Poison Sect secretly launched a poison nurturing plan in self-defense. At this point, Han Yunshi hurriedly asked, "Is this the poison nurturing art of today's poison world?" Exactly. The poison nurturing art that many people in today's poison world know originated from the Poison Sect. Kenzo nodded and continued, "The poison nurturing art is divided into 3 realms: poison humans, poison corpses, and poison goo. Poison humans are the most common and are no different from normal people, but their lifespans are limited and they have some resistance to low-level poisons. Poison corpses are similar to death warriors and have some resistance to mid-level poisons. As for poison goo..." Han Yunshi grew a little agitated at this point in Kenzo's explanation. She had studied poison humans and poison corpses in the ancient texts, but she couldn't find any information on poison goo. Everything about poison goo seemed to have been purposely erased by the predecessors, leaving behind only fragmented details. From what I know, there are 3 types of poison goo: grass, insects, and humans, Han Yunshi said seriously. That's right. The Sword Sect Master nodded and said with a smile, "Little girl, you're actually studying the poison goo arts as well. How much have you grasped now?" "Not a single thing. I only found out last year that I was a descendant of the Poison Sect." Han Yunshi glanced at Long Fei Yi. After getting his permission, she told Kenzo about her background, including the Mu clan in Medicine City. "So you don't know who your father is?" Kenzo was surprised. He thought that Long Fei Yi had colluded with all of the Poison Sect's remnants. Han Yunshi didn't want to talk about this. She was more interested in poison goo, so she retorted, "If I don't study it, how can I cure poison goo?" Kenzo was shocked. "What? Someone's been poisoned by goo today?" Han Yunshi told Kenzo about how Long Tianma's stomach had swelled up for no reason. Long Tianma's stomach had swelled up because of Shi Yuba's poison goo. Later, Long Tianma ended up in Jun Yixie's hands. Jun Yixie cured the goo, then poisoned Long Tianma to slander her. This incident had caused quite a stir in the Medical Academy, but the real reason for Long Tianma's swollen stomach hadn't been made public. However, Long Tianma's strange illness had flared up again. It could be deduced that Shi Yuba, Luo Zuishan, and Jun Yixie all knew poison goo. In truth, Han Yunxi wasn't completely aware of the truth behind Long Tianma's strange illness. However, Long Feiyi knew full well. Long Tianma's strange illness had flared up all those years ago because of the white-robed man, Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei was the one who'd taught Shiyuba how to plant gu. Gu Beiwei had used poison gu on Long Tianma for two reasons. 1. To confirm Gu's identity, and 2. To lure Han Yunxi to the poison sect's sky pit. Luo Zuishan didn't actually know poison gu, but he was one of Gu's men. Thus, Gu had told Luo Zuishan the truth behind Long Tianma's illness so that Luo Zuishan could contend against Shiyuba. He'd wanted to expose Shiyuba in a public setting like this and bring shame to the medical academy. Unfortunately, Jun Yixie had interfered and ruined Gu's plans. Even so, Gu Beiwei had still lured Gu to Medical City and confirmed that Gu was Medical City's ghost genius, Shaoqi. The Medical Academy had been interrogating Shiyuba and investigating Jun Yixie all these years, but they'd never suspected that Gu Beiwei and Gu were the two instigators. Long Fei didn't speak from beginning to end. I didn't expect so many people to know about poison gu. It looks like medical sect didn't completely exterminate the poison sect back then. Kenzo sighed with emotion. What happened back then? Han Yunxi asked. Medical City exterminated the poison sect because of the poison gu technique. The highest level of the poison gu technique involves using humans as gu to raise poison gu humans who won't age, die, or die. As soon as Kenzo finished speaking, Han Yunxi anxiously asked, "Did they succeed?" Long Feiyi was also curious about this matter. He knew that Gu had an undying and indestructible body, but he didn't know if he was immortal or not. Long Feiyi didn't know the real reason why Gu had been expelled from Medical City when he was very young, or when he'd gained an undying and indestructible body. No. Kenzo was very certain. Using humans as gu was nothing more than a hypothesis. There weren't even any poison gu recipes or poison gu technique. There were only grass gu and insect gu. Moreover, Medical Sect destroyed the poison sect back then and destroyed all records related to the poison gu technique. Han Yunxi furrowed her brows. So the poison sect didn't do anything outrageous, and the Medical Sect destroyed them just because of a hypothesis? It was only now that Kenzo realized that Han Yunxi was a descendant of the poison sect. Before this, he'd almost forgotten that this girl was a member of the poison sect. She really sounded like an outsider when she talked about the poison sect. After all, anyone who could make the poison beasts submit had to be a direct descendant of the poison sect. No matter what, they were still connected by blood. Kenzo couldn't understand why Han Yunxi was so cold to the poison sect. This noble one only knows the rough details. As for how the medical sect destroyed the poison sect, how many people they killed, and how many orphans escaped, I'm afraid only the medical academy knows. Kenzo said indifferently, after the poison sect was destroyed, the medical sect took control of Medical City and the medical academy. One day we'll get to the bottom of this. Han Yunxi's eyes shone with hatred. Kenzo and Long Feiyi both assumed that she wanted to avenge the poison sect as a descendant of the poison sect. Who knew that she was a transmigrator and had no blood ties with the poison sect? What she was truly dissatisfied with was the medical sect's selfishness. Kenzo didn't chat any longer, but immediately arranged for a few disciples from the abstinence courtyard to treat Long Feiyi's wounds. That very day, he announced that he'd pass on his position to Long Feiyi within the next 3 months. Then he'd put Song Qiuzi on trial. Song Qiuzi was stripped of his position as an elder and head of the courtyard. His martial arts were crippled, and he was locked up in celestial prison. Long Feiyi had left him with his last breath and crippled his martial arts. Even if he didn't die, he was probably at death's door. Granny Yu was temporarily the head of Lockhart Courtyard. Everyone guessed that Long Feiyi would choose a new head of Lockhart Courtyard after he took over the position. Thus, all of the branch factions were very loyal to him. Everything seemed to be getting better until that very night. Su Donglin suddenly barged in with an urgent secret missive in both hands. Master, this subordinate deserves to die. This missive arrived 8 or 9 days ago. Chapter 754. An urgent letter that was sent 8 or 9 days ago. And it was especially urgent? Long Fei-yi and Han Yunshi looked at each other in dismay. They were both very uneasy. Ever since they came to Tianshan Mountain, the Commander-in-Chief's office in Zhongnan had only sent urgent letters. There had never been an especially urgent letter. What on earth had happened? In this kind of special period, even if it wasn't urgent, the consequences of delaying it for 8 or 9 days was unimaginable, let alone an especially urgent letter. Su Donglin's expression was very ugly. He had completely forgotten about this matter. If it wasn't for another urgent letter today, he wouldn't have remembered it. Long Fei-ye's face paled when he read the contents of the letter. He looked at Han Yunshi in shock. Gu Beiyue, Han Yunshi was shocked. What's wrong? He's been poisoned. He can't stand up even now, Long Fei-yi said truthfully. What? Han Yunshi couldn't believe her ears. She hurriedly took the letter from Long Fei-yi and read it. Long Fei-yi wasn't lying. The letter described Gu Beiyue's poisoning. The symptoms of the poisoning were written clearly. Mu Ling wrote a letter to ask for medicine and a poison doctor to treat him. Han Yunshi seriously read the description of the poisoning symptoms in the letter word by word. Her hands went limp and the letter slowly fell to the ground. Zombie ginseng? Long Fei-yi asked anxiously. The letter described this poison. Han Yunshi looked at him and didn't say anything for a long time. Her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Long Fei-yi and Su Donglin didn't know what zombie ginseng was, but Kenzo knew. He was very shocked. Is it really zombie ginseng? Does such a thing really exist? The diagnosis was made by the people in Medicine Ghost Valley. It shouldn't be wrong, Han Yunshi murmured. The letter explained the situation in detail. Gu Beiyue's legs had recovered and he could walk freely. However, because of the poison, his legs seemed to be anesthetized and he lost feeling again. Mu Linger immediately thought of Gu, but unfortunately she couldn't find him. She had no choice but to invite the old housekeeper of the Medicine Ghost Valley. The old housekeeper confirmed that Gu Beiyue was poisoned by the very rare corpse ginseng. The so-called corpse ginseng was a poisonous herb. It was a ginseng plant that grew near graves. Its shape was very similar to ginseng, but it was much bigger than ginseng. This kind of poisonous grass grew in dark and rancid soil. Tombs that were invaded by moisture were the most suitable environment for them to grow. This thing was both medicine and poison. It was called medicine because it had an anesthetic effect. Han Yunshi remembered that she had read about it in ancient books. Divine Dr. Huatuo had used it as an anesthetic. It was called poison because if a certain amount of it was placed in wine, it would cause paralysis all over the body. The person would lose all feeling in their limbs, and they would become half dead until they died completely. Han Yunshi's heart was in a mess. She didn't have time to think about how Gu Beiyue was only poisoned in his legs. The poisoning in his legs was considered a local poisoning. After a long time, the poison would spread to the whole body. This poison is highly toxic. It has been 8 or 9 days. I'm afraid it's not good, Kenzo said seriously. Han Yunshi looked at Long Fei-yi. Long Fei-yi was also looking at her. Both of them were stiff and motionless. They only looked at each other with fear and uneasiness. Although Han Yunshi didn't want to accept what the old Kenzo said, she had to admit that the old Kenzo was right. Corpse ginseng was highly toxic. If it was a local poisoning, it would only take a day for the poison to spread to the whole body. It had been 8 or 9 days. Gu Beiyue wasn't just not good. He was definitely dead. Kenzo's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He didn't say anything else. The room suddenly quieted down, and the air seemed to have frozen. Long Fei-ye's face was very pale. Han Yunshi lowered her head to read the letter in a low voice. It was so quiet that it made people feel uneasy. Su Donglin was so frightened that his body didn't listen to him. He couldn't move. After a while, he could barely move. He trembled as he handed over the letter and stammered, "Master, this was just delivered." When he said this, everyone looked over. Long Fei Yi scolded coldly, "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" Su Donglin didn't dare to say a word. He presented the letter to Long Fei Yi with trembling hands. Long Fei Yi was calm. He opened the letter and asked, "Is there more?" No. Just these two. Su Donglin's teeth kept chattering. Gu Beiwei had been poisoned 8 or 9 days ago. He had sent a letter asking for help. Why hadn't there been a single letter during this period? Could it be that he couldn't be saved? The other side didn't dare to report it until today. Han Yunxi didn't dare to think further. She looked at the letter in Long Fei Ye's hand and prayed in her heart that it wasn't bad news. This was the first time she realized that she was so easily frightened. She had been frightened by Long Fei Yi for the past few days. She couldn't take any more shocks. She prayed inwardly, but she couldn't wait any longer. When Long Fei Yi opened the letter, she asked, "What does it say?" "Gu Beiwei, he." Long Fei Yi looked at her and exhaled. "He can still be saved, right? He's still alive, right?" Han Yunxi asked anxiously. "He's still alive. The poison only started spreading last night." Long Fei Yi sighed in relief. Even he didn't understand why he couldn't bear to see Gu Beiwei, the Shadow Clan's orphan. Han Yunxi's heart finally settled back into her chest. She was so moved that she wanted to cry. Of course, she didn't have time to cry, much less rejoice. She immediately took the letter in Long Fei Ye's hand and found that it was written this morning. It explained Gu Beiwei's current situation in detail. Because they hadn't received a reply, Mu Linger went to look for Bailey Yuanlong. They didn't know the situation on Celestial Mountain, so they didn't dare to rashly send another letter. Gu Beiwei's poison had been sealed in his leg with acupuncture. In addition, the medicine Ghost Valley had provided him with some medicine to temporarily slow down the poison's outbreak. That was why he had been able to drag it out for so many days. But since last night, the poison couldn't be sealed and was showing signs of moving to his upper body. Gu Beiwei was worried that something would happen on Celestial Mountain, so he didn't allow Mu Linger to send another letter to urge him. This letter was secretly delivered by Mu Linger. Idiot! Han Yunxi was worried and angry. He's a doctor. He's simply courting death. The corpse ginseng's poison didn't just spread from the wound to the entire body. There was also a terrifying phenomenon. Once the corpse ginseng's poison stayed in the human body for a long time without being expelled or erupting, the poison would treat the human body as soil and grow the corpse ginseng in the organs. In the end, even if the person died, the corpse would be taken over by the corpse ginseng. If they had used the antidote from the start, they could have completely cured the corpse ginseng's poison. But now, the antidote wouldn't be able to completely remove the poison. They had to find blood and use needles to expel the poison. Han Yunxi didn't dare delay. She immediately took out the antidote from the detoxification system and wrote a letter for Su Donglin to send back immediately. As soon as Su Donglin left, before Han Yunxi could speak, Long Fei Yi asked, "Do you really have to go down the mountain?" Before coming up the mountain, he had made all sorts of preparations for her to leave. But he hadn't expected that he would be so reluctant and worried when she really needed to leave. Even if Celestial Mountain hadn't given the Medical Academy an official reply, the entire world knew that she was a descendant of the poison sect. Once she left the mountain, how much blame and rejection would she face? How much trouble and danger would she have to face? The antidote can remove 70% of the poison. But if the remaining 30% isn't expelled, it'll definitely gather in his organs in less than half a month and grow corpse poison grass, Han Yunxi said mildly. If I don't leave the mountain, he'll die. Long Fei Yi had just woken up from his serious injuries and was too weak to leave the bed. How could Han Yunxi bear to leave? How could she not worry? But this was a matter of life and death. She had to be cruel to Long Fei and herself. Gu Beiwei was her best friend. How could she leave him in the lurch? Moreover, it wasn't easy to get poisoned by corpse ginseng. She suspected that there was a spy by Gu Beiwei's side. Third, Bailey Yuanlong was a military general and didn't know how to play politics. Long Fei had been away from her for so long, but Gu Beiwei had been supporting Bailey Yuanlong from the back. Especially now that her identity as a poison sect disciple had been exposed, it was Gu Beiwei who had turned the tide and stabilized the situation. If anything happened to Gu Beiwei, Long Fei's current situation would cause internal strife in the south-central region. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Han Yunshi had to leave the mountain as soon as possible to save him. Long Fei knew these complicated relationships better than Han Yunshi did. He hid his reluctance in his heart and said calmly without hesitation, "I'll immediately arrange for you to leave the mountain in secret. Tell the outside world that Celestial Mountain is still investigating you and won't let you leave until the matter is clear." "All right." Han Yunshi hesitated. "There's only one way down the mountain, and you'll leave tonight. Have the Shadow Guard pick you up at the foot of the mountain," Long Fei said. Han Yunshi was very obedient. The two looked at each other and didn't say anything else. When night fell, Han Yunshi packed her things. Before she left, she said to Long Fei, "Recuperate well. Once the poison is cured, I'll be back." Long Fei was very obedient. Han Yunshi was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm leaving, so you don't have to send me off. Wait for me to come back. Can you pick me up at the foot of the mountain?" Long Fei didn't reply immediately. He stared at her for a long time before finally replying, "All right. Then I'm leaving," Han Yunshi said. The old Kenzo and Su Donglin had been waiting outside for a long time. Long Fei nodded. Han Yunshi looked like she still wanted to say something, but in the end, she bit her lip and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Long Fei called out, "Han Yunshi." Han Yunshi immediately stopped, but she didn't turn back. She waited for a long time, but Long Fei didn't say anything. Finally, she turned back. "Is there anything else?" He smiled. "Why don't this prince go down the mountain with you?" She smiled back. "Sure, then I'll help you pack up. Let's go together." "Okay." He agreed happily. However, she didn't move. They both knew that this was just a joke. He had to recuperate, so he couldn't go down the mountain. "Long Fei, goodbye." Han Yunshi became serious. Long Fei didn't say anything. He waved his hand, indicating for her to leave quickly. This time, Han Yunshi didn't turn back, and Long Fei didn't ask her to stay either. Creak. The door closed, and the two of them couldn't see each other again. They were separated by life and death, and they didn't even have time to say a few words. How could they be separated so quickly? Han Yunshi's clear eyes glistened with tears under the moonlight. "Shurzuan, let's go." Under the old Kenzo's arrangements, several imperial bodyguards and Su Donglin escorted Han Yunshi down the mountain secretly. However, she didn't expect that there was a group of people waiting for her at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 755. Han Yunshi was planning to leave Celestial Mountain in secret, but ran into a group of Jianghu men as soon as she reached the foot of the mountain. It wasn't clear whether they were here every day or had received news of her arrival and came to intercept her. It wasn't convenient for the guards to act, but Long Fei had arranged for enough shadow guard to protect her. Soon enough, they killed off all but one of them to be sent up the mountain for interrogation. Once that was done, old Kenzo emerged from his hiding place and said, "Lass, it looks like you'll run into a lot of trouble on your way back. I'll have to trouble you." "It's my own business to begin with, so there's no trouble at all," Han Yunshi said simply. All of this trouble had come because of her identity. If it wasn't for old man, Kenzo felt guilty. If he hadn't ignored Song Chiozi all these years, perhaps none of this would have happened. Celestial Mountain is the head of the martial arts circles. It's only right and proper for them to kill the remnants of the poison sect. Yunshi still has to thank Master for protecting me, Han Yunshi said. I can only blame my poison sect for being useless and being framed for nothing all these years. Since I'm a descendant of the poison sect, one day I'll demand an explanation from the medical academy. Old Kenzo looked at Han Yunshi's stubborn gaze and couldn't help but admire her again. This girl was now the target of all of Cloud Realm continent. She was a remnant of the poison sect that everyone wanted to kill. If she'd run into trouble at the foot of Celestial Mountain, how much more trouble would there be outside? How much more danger and humiliation would there be on her way back to South Ning? Even when the entire world was her enemy, she still had such unwavering faith and the courage to denounce the medical academy. Even if it was a man, he might not have her bearing and courage. All right. This Grandmaster will do his best to delay the medical academy for you. Old Kenzo was throwing caution to the wind. Academy head Gu had already sent him 3 letters asking about Han Yunshi's identity, but he still hadn't replied to a single one. Many thanks. Han Yunshi cupped her fists and prepared to leave when the Kenzo man spoke up again. Before Kenzo could finish, Han Yunshi interrupted. Shurzuan, please take good care of him and let him recuperate. Don't leave the mountain early. Han Yunshi paused for a while and said, help me pass a message to him. Just say. Actually, there were a lot of things he wanted to say, but he couldn't say them in front of Long Fei Yi and Kenzo. In the end, he only said, don't worry. The old Kenzo glanced at the bushes beside him and smiled helplessly. All right, I will definitely bring them there. Goodbye. Han Yunshi looked back at the mountain. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything except for the stars in the sky. No matter how much he lingered, he would have to leave eventually. She firmly believed that today's parting was for a better reunion in the future. She silently said goodbye to Long Fei Yi in her heart and quickly boarded the carriage to leave. For the sake of concealing her identity, the carriage was simple and low-key. It was only big enough for Han Yunshi, so Su Donglin disguised himself and drove the carriage himself. A large group of shadow guard followed him from the shadows. Once the carriage had completely vanished from sight, Long Fei Yi walked out of the woods step by step. Using his sword as a walking stick, each step took a lot of effort. He stared in the direction of the carriage as he bid farewell to Han Yunshi in his heart. He shouldn't have been able to get off the bed, much less leave the mountain. Unfortunately, the old Kenzo man couldn't persuade or stop him. The old Kenzo man rushed over to support him. You didn't let her know you were coming, nor did you send her off. What's the point of this? The carriage had already disappeared, but Long Fei Yi was still looking into the distance. He lightly said, I know, but I still have to leave. Then why did you send her off? The old Kenzo man was angry. Long Fei Yi went down the mountain. How much true qi did he use? I just left the mountain and I'm already surrounded. It seems like that person from 9 Mystical Palace knows everything. Long Fei Yi coldly said. The old Kenzo man's eyes were gloomy. He never thought that there would be a spy by his side. He was really too muddle-headed these past few years. If Long Fei Yi hadn't defeated He Ilian and learned of this news, he would probably never have known. That day, He Ilian didn't tell Long Fei who'd instructed him to stall for time, but he did provide Long Fei with an extremely important clue. He Ilian had said, there's a spy in Ninexian Palace. They've even reached out to Celestial Mountain. It seems like the old fox behind the scenes has been watching you for a long time. The old Kenzo man said seriously. Long Fei Yi denied it. No, he's probably been watching Cloud Realm for a long time. What was the use of watching him? The only reason he was watching him was because he wanted to compete with him for Cloud Realm's territory. His hands not only reached Celestial Mountain, but also the Duke of Qin's manor, Long Fei Yi said. This prince will make him pay the price for messing up my plans. He didn't pay much attention to Su Xiaoyu's disappearance. It wasn't because he was too busy with Celestial Mountain's affairs, but because he already knew. After Su Xiaoyu lost her memories, she continued to stay by Han Yunxi's side. He had always sent people to keep an eye on Su Xiaoyu's whereabouts. No matter what, South Ning Prefecture was still his territory. It wasn't easy to lose a person. He was only using Su Xiaoyu as bait to beat her at her own game. He hadn't told Han Yunxi the truth because he was worried that Han Yunxi wouldn't bear to part with Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu would suffer if she fell into those people's hands. It was hard to say whether she could even keep her life. Gu Beiyue's poisoning probably has something to do with that old fox as well, the old Kenzo man murmured. Yunxi's trip this time was dangerous. Your heart is even more ruthless than Master's, he. Long Feiyi didn't reply. Actually, if he could keep Han Yunxi, he would definitely do so. He'd rather have South Ning's commander-in-chief's estate fall into chaos than let Han Yunxi take the risk. Nor did he want Han Yunxi to face the world's curses alone. But even if he told Han Yunxi the truth, that woman would still fearlessly return to South Ning. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop her, or that he was willing or heartless, but that he couldn't keep her. In the end, Han Yunxi was different from other women. She wasn't afraid of trouble, much less hiding behind a man's back to avoid storms. Almost all of his shadow guards were sent to protect Han Yunxi. At the same time, he kept an eye on Lockhart Courtyard, Sword Depository, and Scripture Depository. As long as those three didn't make a move, no one in the world would be able to oppose the shadow guards he'd sent this time. He only hoped that her journey would be smooth. At this moment, a white-haired honored elder emerged from the shadows to urge Long Feiyi to return. He was here to help Long Feiyi control the lustbite energy. "Fei, have you forgotten the taboo of the lustbite energy?" the honored elder cold asked. Long Feiyi and Elder Kenzo didn't understand the lustbite energy, but the honored elder had discovered it while treating Long Feiyi's injuries. The honored elder's understanding of the lustbite energy far exceeded theirs. The lustbite seal's greatest taboo was the word desire. Thus, before the seal was lifted and the user could control the energy, all their previous efforts would be wasted if they lost their virginity. Meanwhile, the lustbite seal's greatest taboo was the word affection. The lustbite energy was the highest level of martial arts in Cloud Realm Continent. Once one mastered it, they would be invincible in the martial arts circles. But when faced with a loved one, the lustbite energy would be completely suppressed. In other words, if Han Yunxi faced him with a sword one day, he would lose all of his internal energy in front of Han Yunxi. The so-called lustbite meant that emotions could devour a person. In other words, if someone wanted to kill him, the best way wasn't to face him with a sword, but to borrow Han Yunxi's hand. "I remember," Long Feiyi replied to the honored elder seriously. Because of this taboo, he was afraid that he would have to rein in his love for Han Yunxi. The old fox behind He Ilian must know something to let He Ilian stall for time. If by any chance that old fox understood the lustbite energy as well, then Han Yunxi would be in even more trouble. Long Feiyi looked into the distance again before suppressing his worries and returning to the mountain with the honored elder. This night was especially long. Han Yunxi sat in the carriage. Although she kept telling herself to use this free time to cultivate and familiarize herself with the second level of the poison storage space, she couldn't calm down. She couldn't help but wonder what Long Feiyi was doing. Was there an antidote in the world that could cure the lovesickness poison? At least, Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to develop one. However, she didn't have time to think about the lovesickness anymore. Because, the moment they left Tianshan, before the sun had even risen, she ran into trouble again. A large group of righteous sects suddenly appeared and surrounded the carriage tightly. The news spread so quickly. "Looks like we can't hide our whereabouts anymore," Han Yunxi said softly. "Master, you can continue to rest. It's not a big deal," Su Donglin said seriously. He sat in the carriage without moving, allowing the accompanying Shadow Guard to deal with those so-called righteous sects. The Shadow Guard that Long Fei Yi selected to protect them were naturally the best of the best. One of them was enough to fight against 10 people. Very quickly, the group of people was wiped out. The Shadow Guard wanted to silence them, but Han Yunshi stopped him. In any case, we can't hide our whereabouts anymore. Let's just spare their lives so that people won't gossip. Only the heavens knew how many more people she would encounter along the way. If she killed all of them, the medical academy would definitely make a big fuss about it. Even if we don't kill them, we still have to teach them a lesson. We have to let them know that we're not easy to bully, Su Donglin said as he drove the carriage over a pile of injured people. As expected, the news spread very quickly. Han Yunshi and the others had been on the road for 3 days, but they had already been ambushed and attacked 20 times. Almost every 4 hours, they would be ambushed and attacked once. She could recite all the curses that were thrown at her. They were nothing more than witch, disaster, scourge, hypocrite, and so on. They said that she had an ulterior motive for opening Pill Fiend Pharmacy, and that she had used bewitching techniques to gain the favor of the King of Medicine. If it weren't for the fact that Long Fei Ye's Shadow Guard was strong enough, Han Yunshi would have been killed by his sword a long time ago. If it weren't for the fact that Han Yunshi's mind was strong enough, she would have been drowned by the spit of those righteous warriors. Everything was going smoothly. However, on the morning of the 5th day, they were surrounded by the people of Liberty City. Unexpectedly, Liberty City had turned out in full force. Chapter 756. More than 50 shadow guards surrounded a simple and crude carriage. Each of them held a long sword in their hands and were on high alert. This time, Su Donglin couldn't comfort Han Yunshi anymore. Even he himself was pale with fright. Carefree City had come out in full force. This was too unexpected. The shadow guards surrounded them 3 times in a tight circle. The people of Carefree City were right in front of them. There were 3 rows of people, and the first row was made up of Carefree City's elders and a few of their sons who were skilled in martial arts. Su Donglin had seen all of them in the City of Daughters last time, but there was one person he didn't recognize. That person was in his early 50s. He held a double-edged sword in his hand and had a full beard. His eyes were cold and stern, and he exuded an imposing aura. He stood there like a ferocious god. Even Han Yunshi, who didn't know martial arts, could clearly sense his killing intent. "Mistress, he, Su Donglin stammered. Han Yunshi was relatively calm. She said, "He should be Carefree City's city lord, Qi Zonglin. He's ranked 4th in Cloud Realm Continent, second only to Tang Zijin." Han Yunshi laughed at herself. "I didn't expect him to come. This princess's life is really valuable. Mistress, we can't beat them." Su Donglin wasn't belittling himself, nor was he trying to boost their morale. He was speaking the truth. "We really can't beat them." Han Yunshi was calm, but a chill ran down her spine. Qi Zonglin alone was enough to deal with more than 50 Shadow Guard, to say nothing of the others. Just how determined was he to kill her? "Mistress, could it be that Medical City hired them?" Su Donglin guessed. Han Yunshi immediately rejected the idea. The City of Daughters and Carefree City didn't have good reputations. Medical City wouldn't be stupid enough to openly hire assassins to kill her, a descendant of the poison sect. That was because such a method would definitely cause people to gossip. Also, Long Fei Ye's killing of Lady Ling Yu was enough to intimidate Liberty City. It was unlikely that Qi Zonglin would come out to kill her just because of the commission. Without enough temptation, Qi Zonglin would not act rashly. Because he could not afford to offend Long Fei Yi, let alone Sky Mountain. There must be something fishy behind this. If he doesn't have an ulterior motive, then he must have gotten some information, Han Yunshi guessed. "Master, no matter what his purpose is, let's think about how to save our lives first. When the fight starts, I'll take you away. There's a fork in the road about 1 li ahead. Let's split up." Su Donglin was very serious. Master, you have to remember this. You go to the right and I'll go to the left. I'll try to lure them away. Don't worry about anything. Just keep running forward and find a place to hide. Han Yunxi smiled helplessly. Su Donglin, do you think we can escape in this situation? Su Donglin looked into her eyes, persistent and sincere. Master, we have to run even if we can't. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll buy you time. Please believe us. Han Yunxi's heart ached for the Shadow Guard, but it was worth it. A complicated look flitted through her eyes as she said, I don't want to run, and I don't want to die. I'll do my best to buy time. Hurry and contact Sky Mountain's people, and have them send reinforcements. They had already entered Western Zhou's borders. Western Zhou had yet to express their stance on the matter of the poison sect's remnants, but Western Zhou's imperial family would never help them. Long Fei Ye's forces in Western Zhou were mostly in the capital, which was more than 10 days' journey away. Thus, her only choice was to turn back and ask for reinforcements from Sky Mountain. It was only 5 days' journey from here to Sky Mountain. With Su Donglin's Qinggong, he could cover the 2-day journey in half a day if he tried his best. He didn't need to go to Sky Mountain himself. All he had to do was send out a distress signal, and reinforcements would definitely come. Han Yunxi didn't know how long she could stall for, but she had to do her best no matter what. She had to survive. Gu Beiyue was still waiting for her to save him. Long Feiyi was still waiting for her to return. Her life was very precious. From a distance, the two forces looked like they were about to break out into a fight. Han Yunxi walked out of the heavy protection to face the people of Carefree City. Her appearance attracted the attention of everyone in Carefree City. Su Donglin used this opportunity to slip away from the back. He, I presume this must be the famous Qin Wangfei, Han Yunxi? Qi Zonglin was surprised. I presume this distinguished one must be the 4th strongest expert of the martial arts circles, the City Lord of Carefree City, City Lord Qi? It's an honor to meet you at last. Han Yunxi was very polite. But Qi Zonglin was no longer polite. Cold, he said. Since you know who the old man is, then why don't you surrender yourself before the old man makes a move? Yunxi wants to know the reason for her death. I wonder who wants to buy Yunxi's life? Han Yunxi asked modestly. Qi Zonglin said seriously. This time, Carefree City is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and the people of the world. We won't take a single cent. Han Yunxi finally laughed, but it was a cold, mocking laugh. What are you laughing at? Qi Zonglin asked. City Lord Qi, when did you start enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? What, has Carefree City been frightened by the Duke of Qin? Are you so eager to curry favor with those righteous sects? Why stick your warm face to someone's cold butt? Han Yunxi guffawed. You're still so stubborn even in the face of death. This city lord would like to see how long you can keep laughing. Qi Zonglin was furious. He was about to make a move himself when Han Yunxi turned serious and asked loudly, Qi Zonglin, who told you that this Wang Fei is a descendant of the poison sect? Qi Zonglin never expected Han Yunxi to ask such a question. A complicated look flitted past his eyes, but he quickly replied, only the direct bloodline of the poison sect can control the poison beast. Han Yunxi, your identity hasn't been a secret for a long time. Old man advises you to be tactful and surrender yourself. Poison beast? Dare I ask City Lord Qi, which eye of yours saw the poison beast? Han Yunxi asked again. Qi Zonglin naturally hadn't seen the poison beast with his own eyes, but he was certain. The disciples of Celestial Mountain's 2 pavilions and courtyards all saw it with their own eyes. Could it be false? Celestial Mountain disciples. Han Yunxi shook her head helplessly. Then may I ask which disciples saw it with their own eyes? Also, when did Celestial Mountain step out to accuse this Wang Fei of being a descendant of the poison sect? Qi Zonglin had no answer. Han Yunxi's identity had never been officially acknowledged aside from rumors. Even Medical City's sanctions against the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's manner had only been to hand it over to Han Yunshi and cooperate with Medical City's investigation. They hadn't explicitly stated Han Yunshi's identity. Qi Zonglin had only dared to block Han Yunshi's path this time because he'd received pointers from an expert. That expert had told him that Long Fei Ye's internal injuries were extremely severe and wouldn't recover in a short time. Han Yunshi would leave Celestial Mountain on her own and return to South Ning. He hadn't believed it at first, but that expert had actually described the time and route Han Yunshi would take when she left Celestial Mountain. Qi Zonglin had sent people to investigate, and the results were accurate. No matter how stupid Qi Zonglin was, he knew that the expert was someone from Celestial Mountain, so he believed him. Carefree City and Han Yunshi had an old grudge to begin with. After being threatened by Long Feiyi, Qi Zonglin had long been dissatisfied. How could the assassin's world be trampled underfoot by Long Feiyi and his wife? Qi Zonglin wanted revenge, and to vent his resentment. That was why he'd come out with all his might today. He wanted this matter to shake Cloud Realm Continent and let the entire world know that Carefree City wasn't to be trifled with. Of course, Qi Zonglin was also certain that Long Feiyi wouldn't travel with them due to his injuries. That was why he dared to block their path. Han Yunshi's words now made him uneasy. Seeing Qi Zonglin waver, Han Yunshi hurriedly added, "City Lord Qi, I won't hide it from you. I came down the mountain this time precisely because I wanted to go to Medical City with Master Kenzo and His Highness Duke of Qin to explain the poison sect. They've been delayed by other matters, so I'm sure they'll be here soon." "Oh, that's right. Kenzo's master will bring a few more disciples over in a moment. I'll have to ask City Lord Qi to help me identify which disciple leaked this Princess Consort's whereabouts." Han Yunshi spouted this monumental lie very calmly and easily. She'd long guessed that there were spies in Celestial Mountain. She'd also guessed that Carefree City had come out with all their might to block her path because they'd received some sort of information. Otherwise, Qi Zonglin wouldn't have had the guts. That was why she'd hardened her heart and taken a gamble. Qi Zonglin's heart grew alarmed at Han Yunshi's words. He wondered if that expert had been discovered, so Long Feiyi had decided to beat him at his own game and lure him out. He didn't speak. Cold eyes sized up Han Yunshi. This woman didn't look like she was lying at all. Her words could be false, but her eyes couldn't be. There wasn't the slightest fear in this woman's eyes when she was faced with the assassins of Carefree City. How could she be so fearless if she wasn't confident? Even a man would be scared when faced with such a situation, let alone a woman. Han Yunshi's entire back was soaked in sweat when she was faced with Qi Zonglin's sharp gaze. Nobody knew how scared she was in her heart. If anything went wrong, if Qi Zonglin willed it and Carefree City took action, she would be dead for sure. However, she still held on. She looked down at Qi Zonglin's sharp gaze from high above. She was calm and fearless like a queen. Qi Zonglin was hesitating. Han Yunshi was about to continue her threats when a figure suddenly flew over from behind them and was thrown to the ground heavily. "Su Donglin!" Han Yunshi shouted. Su Donglin was thrown to the ground. He was vomiting blood and dying. The shadow guard next to Han Yunshi was about to rescue him when a figure suddenly flew over. It was none other than Qi Yaotian, the young master of Carefree City. He stepped on Su Donglin and shouted, "Father, don't be fooled by this woman. She was stalling you while she sent someone to call for reinforcements. Long Feiyi and Kenzo didn't follow her at all. Let go of him." Han Yunshi was infuriated. Hardly had she finished her sentence when she shot out several gold needles. Qi Yaotian was caught off guard and could only retreat. The shadow guard then took the opportunity to rescue Su Donglin. Han Yunshi had barely supported Su Donglin when Qi Zonglin had already drawn his sword. More than 50 shadow guards charged forward together. Han Yunshi supported Su Donglin and retreated to the back. The other people of Carefree City began to disperse and surround Han Yunshi and the rest of them. Qi Zonglin, on the other hand, was fighting 50 people alone. The battle began. The shadow guards fell one after another in the blink of an eye, and Qi Zonglin's sword approached Han Yunshi. Chapter 757. Qi Zonglin's sword was right in front of Han Yunshi when his wrist was suddenly hit by a stone that appeared out of nowhere. His hand hurt and his sword was deflected. Han Yunshi dodged in a hurry. She supported Su Donglin and backed away from Qi Zonglin. "Who's there?" Qi Zonglin demanded loudly. Unfortunately, he did not see anyone except for the assassins of Liberty City around him. Qi Zonglin's wrist hurt. He looked at it, only to discover that the stone that had just flown over was actually a seed that had sprouted in his flesh. Well, Qi Zonglin had never seen such a thing before, but he was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately drew out his dagger and stabbed it into his flesh, gouging out the seed along with its root. The roots that he had gouged out were not short. Fortunately, he had acted fast enough. Otherwise, his hand that was holding the sword would have been seriously injured. Whoever the seed was, it did not come with good intentions. He had to capture Han Yunshi first. However, when Qi Zonglin walked toward Han Yunshi, a lazy and slightly mocking voice came from outside the crowd. "Even I don't dare to bully this woman. Qi Zonglin, are you blind?" The voice was not low, but it was impossible to tell where it came from. The surrounding assassins were all looking for the source, but they could not find anyone. Han Yunshi stopped abruptly. She looked around in disbelief, but she could not see anyone either. However, she knew who the newcomer was. This mocking voice was all too familiar. "Who are you exactly? What kind of hero are you to ambush the mayor? Come out," Qi Zonglin said coldly. He did not forget to rush toward Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi did not retreat. She glanced at Qi Zonglin's wrist and warned with a sneer, "Qi Zonglin, if you take one more step forward, do you believe that someone will feed the only antidote to the dogs?" Qi Zonglin was greatly shocked. He hurriedly looked at his wrist, only to discover that the wound on his wrist had turned black. It was a sign of poisoning. "Han Yunshi, where's the antidote?" Just as he was about to reach out to grab Han Yunshi, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. It was as if he was being burned by a raging fire. The pain was so intense that he couldn't exert any strength. Han Yunshi continued to retreat. This poison is called flame poison. It starts from the wound and slowly spreads to the whole body. City Lord Qi will soon know what it feels like to be burned by fire. Qi Zonglin was not easily intimidated. He immediately ordered, "Men, catch this bitch." Only by capturing Han Yunshi would he have the capital to negotiate with the poisoner. Otherwise, his poison would be incurable. Several elders immediately rushed over. At this moment, a thorny vine suddenly shot out from under Han Yunshi's feet. It madly grew countless branches, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the air. The thorny vines had grown out of the seed Qi Zonglin had dug out just then. They protected Han Yunshi in the center while their countless branches danced in the air, frightening everyone who saw them. No one dared to draw near. So beautiful! Han Yunshi looked at the dancing thorny vines. It was the first time she realized that thorny vines were such elegant and beautiful plants. It was also the first time she realized that these plants that blocked the way could also be used to protect people. Qi Zonglin's hand was hurting more and more. He pressed down with his other hand and said coldly, "Chop it off." "Qi Zonglin, it looks like you don't want the antidote anymore." That person chuckled. Although they couldn't see him, they could imagine his fragrant breath. He laughed and said, "It's fine if you don't want it. Anyway, you can still chop off that hand." This time, everyone could tell where the voice was coming from. Everyone looked towards the south at almost the same time, and the killers who were surrounding the south retreated immediately. They saw a red figure fly over and land in front of the dancing thorny vines. It was a man in red. That red robe was as red as fire. It had wide sleeves and was luxurious and beautiful as it spread out on the ground. Just his back was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of cities and take people's souls. Amidst everyone's shock, he looked back and smiled at Han Yunshi. In an instant, the dim world seemed to brighten up. Even the thorny vines bloomed into enchanting red flowers. It was him, Gu! Shao Qi, long time no see, Han Yunshi muttered to herself. Who are you? Qi Zonglin asked coldly. In an instant, all the killers surrounded him. He's Gu. He was originally the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance tea shop. I don't know when he became Long Fei Ye's lackey. Qi Yaotian sneered. So what if Gu Qishao came? Could he defeat all of Carefree City by himself? This person is proficient in unorthodox methods. His poison techniques are also very powerful. Everyone be careful. Qi Yaotian reminded again. Gu, hand over the antidote, and this city lord will let you live. Otherwise, this city lord will definitely cripple your arms and legs in exchange for this city lord's hand. Qi Zonglin warned domineeringly. Unexpectedly, Gu ignored him. Instead, he frowned and looked at Qi Yaotian. What did you just say? This young lord said that you are Long Fei Ye's lackey. Qi Yaotian did not back down. Gu's flirtatious eyes immediately narrowed into a straight line. His voice became arrogant. Qi Yaotian, do you know when this young master arrived? Not to mention Qi Yaotian, everyone present was baffled. What did this question mean? I don't care when you arrived. If you know what's good for you, hand over the antidote quickly. Your tricks can fool others, but not my Carefree City. Qi Yaotian was very disdainful. Gu ignored him and said coldly, This young master arrived before you killed all of Long Fei Ye's shadow guards. What did this mean? Do you know why this young master waited until now to take action? Gu asked again. For some reason, Qi Yaotian felt his hair stand on end. However, he quickly ignored it and said with a contemptuous smile, Are you trying to show off your might? A hero saving a beauty? You are overestimating yourself. You are courting death. Gu played with his beautifully manicured fingernails and continued, Because this young master hates Long Fei Yi. If I don't seize this opportunity to suppress his arrogance, this young master will feel uncomfortable all over. Even Han Yunshi was baffled. What was Gu doing? He had arrived a long time ago, yet he had waited until now. He was alone. How was he going to deal with an entire city of experts? Last time, he had been wounded to such an extent when he responded to the archers of the Chu family. This time, he was facing the entire Carefree City. Han Yunshi almost wanted to run over and knock Gu's head and tell him, Dear, stop being so pretentious. Then, tell me, how are you going to suppress Long Fei Ye's arrogance? Why, are you going to fight 10 people alone? Qi Zonglin sneered. Why don't you have a fight with me? If you win, Carefree City will retreat. If you lose, hand over the antidote, and I'll take Han Yunshi away. How does that sound? Gu Qishao arched a brow at him, his eyes as charming as silk. Forget about women, even men would fall for his charms. Qi Zonglin found the sight of his face rather pleasing to the eye. But Gu Qishao's demeanor suddenly changed. He spat crudely, his spittle landing on Qi Zonglin's face. Your grandfather. Do you think I'm an idiot? 1 against 10? Won't I be beaten to a pulp? Let me tell you. Not just 1 against 10, I can't even fight you one-on-one. I've brought my men here today, too. I'm going to fight 100 against 10. Aside from Han Yunshi, everyone else was given a fright by Gu Qishao's sudden change. But what truly frightened them was what happened next. Come out, all of you. Hardly had Gu's voice faded away when groups of people whose faces were as pale as corpses walked out of the woods in all directions. They were all as expressionless as warriors of sacrifice. Although they did not carry any weapons, and there was no telling whether or not they knew any martial arts, the air of death and decay that they emitted was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. They were so numerous that they had surrounded all the people of Carefree City. The people of Carefree City seemed calm, but they were actually panicking. Chi Zhonglin's face was awful too. He mumbled to himself, "Warriors of sacrifice." Gu tidied up his somewhat messy hair and answered casually, "No, they're just poison corpses." As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Zhonglin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The faces of the assassins around him all turned pale. They were actually poison corpses. No wonder they looked even more sinister and terrifying than warriors of sacrifice. The poison men that Jun Yixie raised were already very frightening, and he had raised no more than 10 poison corpses. Who would have thought that Gu would raise such a large group of poison corpses? Even if Carefree City could deal with the warriors of sacrifice, they could not deal with so many poison corpses. Not only were poison corpses immune to many poisons, they could also poison invisibly. Chi Zhonglin was drenched in cold sweat. He even forgot the burning sensation on his hands. "Gu, how about it? My men are stronger than Long Fei Ye's shadow guard, aren't they?" Gu asked very seriously and solemnly. "Chi Zhonglin, when my poison corpses annihilate your entire city, do you think Long Fei Ye will submit to me?" How should Chi Zhonglin answer? He only felt that the devastatingly beautiful man in front of him was a lunatic. He had no time to care about Han Yunxi, much less the antidote. He shouted, "Somebody, retreat!" He jumped into the sky first and flew away with his lightness skill. Almost no one from Carefree City dared to stay. They all flipped in the air and escaped through the encirclement of the poison corpses. Gu did not order the poison corpses to chase after them. It could be said that he intentionally let them go. The news that Carefree City had turned out in full force would definitely spread out very soon. He could not really let the poison corpses annihilate Carefree City and let Han Yunxi, the remnant of the poison sect, bear the infamy. Poison corpses were only bestowed with poisonous insects and were feared by everyone in the world. Chi Zhonglin had been poisoned. If he could not cure himself in time, he could only chop off his hands. It was more or less venting for Poison Girl. Looking at the corpses of the Shadow Guard all over the ground, he did not really care. He was only depressed that he had come one step too late and frightened Poison Girl. Step by step, he walked towards Han Yunxi. As he drew closer, the vines slowly withered until they all fell to the ground. He stood right in front of Han Yunxi with a smile that could topple cities and overturn nations, his charms filling the air. "Poison Girl, it's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss Chi, brother?" Han Yunxi was so excited that she did not know what to say. She just looked at him and looked. "Is Chi brother really that good-looking?" Gu asked with a chuckle. This was the first time Han Yunxi had looked at his face and his smile so seriously. Although she had always known that he was very good-looking, she did not know that he was this beautiful. Gu's devastatingly beautiful and otherworldly beauty had only lasted for a moment. In front of Han Yunxi, he was just an ordinary man in the mortal world. He was not cold, not beautiful, and not enchanting. He was just like an ordinary man who loved his sweetheart and cared about the most ordinary things, such as food, oil, salt, soy sauce, and tea. He hurriedly took out a water bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Han Yunxi. "You must be thirsty. Drink quickly. It's warm and neither too hot nor too cold. Don't drink too much. I even brought you some food." He rushed to the carriage in the forest and brought back a 3-tiered food box. When he opened it, it was filled with piping hot food. He said, "Poison Girl, after such a long journey, you must have not eaten hot food for several days, right? Drink some soup to warm your stomach first." As soon as he learned of Han Yunxi's whereabouts this morning, he had personally prepared food and brought it over. Chapter 758. Han Yunxi indeed hadn't eaten hot food for several days. If she could, she would try her best not to, because Gu Beiyue was waiting for her to save him. The longer the corpse ginseng's poison stayed in Gu Beiyue's leg, the more dangerous and difficult it was to remove. At this moment, looking at the steaming hot food, Han Yunshi didn't know if it was because of the heat, but her vision was a little blurry. Unlike Long Fei Ye's simple food, Gu was a very typical foodie. Even the takeout food was carefully selected and meticulously cooked. It could be said that it was full of color, aroma, and taste. He personally scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi looked at the kettle and then looked at the hot soup. She asked confusedly, "What do I drink first?" "Drink a mouthful of water to moisten your throat, then drink the soup." Gu was very serious, and his voice was so gentle that he didn't realize it himself. Han Yunshi was really not used to his seriousness. It made her very uncomfortable in front of him, and she couldn't relax. She sniffled, and her vision suddenly became much clearer. Her heart also seemed to calm down a lot. "We're in a hurry. Why are you so particular?" She took the hot soup and drank it in big mouthfuls. This was the first time Han Yunshi accepted Gu's kindness. A bowl of hot soup in the wilderness was a bowl of very common ribs and corn, but the taste was delicious and delicious that Han Yunshi would never forget in her life. Gu saw that Han Yunshi drank it and was in a very good mood. He hurriedly scooped rice for her. Not to mention a meal, as long as she accepted, he would help her fish and pluck the moon in the water and the stars in the sky. Just as he was about to hand the rice to Han Yunshi, she didn't notice and nimbly helped the heavily injured Su Donglin into the carriage. She asked, "Old ghost, can you help him treat his injuries?" Gu glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Useless thing. I don't need his help." Su Donglin suddenly roared, "I'd rather die than need his help." Han Yunshi certainly understood Su Donglin's anger. Su Donglin had clearly heard what Gu had just said to Chi Zonglin. Han Yunshi knew that Gu's mouth was vicious, but his heart wasn't that vicious. He must have just arrived. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until the Shadow Guard was completely annihilated before showing himself. Gu didn't even bother to look at Su Donglin's anger. In fact, Han Yunshi didn't fully understand Gu. He was a very decisive and extreme person. If he liked something, he would do whatever it took to get it. If he didn't like something, he wouldn't care about that person's life or death. Similarly, he would never change. He was a good person, but at the same time, he was also a truly heartless person. He did arrive after the Shadow Guard was completely annihilated. However, if he had arrived earlier, he would have only helped Han Yunshi for the sake of Han Yunshi. He wouldn't have saved the Shadow Guard. Idiot! How can you believe what he said to deceive Chi Zonglin? If we didn't need his help, you and I would have been dead long ago. Han Yunshi glared at Su Donglin. Su Donglin finally wilted and didn't say anything. Gu actually didn't argue with Su Donglin. After treating Su Donglin's injuries, he placed a bowl of hot rice in front of Han Yunshi. "Poison girl, eat while it's hot. Hurry." Although it was difficult to refuse Gu's kindness, how could Han Yunshi still be in the mood to eat? She looked at the ground full of corpses and the circle of terrifying poisoned corpses that didn't move. Her heart was like a stone that fell into a deep lake and kept sinking, as if it would never reach the bottom. After a long while, she finally turned to look at Gu. "Old ghost, help me bury them all." Gu didn't say much. He knew that Han Yunshi wouldn't be able to eat, so he casually threw away the bowl of fragrant white rice and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. Using his sword as a shovel, he dug a large hole and buried the 50 or so Shadow Guard corpses. All of the swords also went into eternal rest with them. There was no time to grieve. Gu dispersed the poisoned corpses and they quickly continued on their way. Gu acted as the coachman. They left the small road and openly took the main road. He had personally come to pick up Han Yunshi. That meant he wasn't afraid of anyone, including Medical City. "When did you raise so many poisoned corpses?" Han Yunshi finally asked. From what she knew, it wasn't easy to raise a poisoned corpse. "I've been raising them in Medicine Ghost Valley. This time, I specially brought them out for the world to see." Gu smiled cold. "You're harming esteemed Wang Fei again." Su Donglin bluntly rebuked. Esteemed Wang Fei's identity as a remnant of the poison sect had already been widely spread, and the medical academy had been doing all sorts of things. With Gu's ruckus, esteemed Wang Fei's crime would be confirmed. Weren't poison corpses and poison Gu what everyone feared? What's there to be afraid of? This young master was the one who raised these poison corpses. I'll take care of them. Gu was very relaxed. What are you trying to do? There's no need for you to take the blame for me, Han Yunxi said unhappily. She was very clear in her heart that Gu was doing this to divert everyone's attention to himself. He even wanted to take the blame for her identity as a remnant of the poison sect. After all, he was once the foster son of the medical academy's head elder. If news of this spread, the medical academy would never forgive him. Han Yunxi didn't want to hide her identity forever and be a coward, but she also didn't want to be labeled as a remnant of the poison sect. This matter couldn't be rushed or impulsive. Their current forbearance wasn't cowardice, but a chance to reveal the truth and clear their names. With Han Yunxi's current understanding of the medical academy, she didn't believe that those old men were anything good. Gu looked back and chuckled. Poison lass, if Chi brother wanted to take the blame for you, he would have had the poison corpses exterminate everyone in Carefree City long ago. Chi brother only wants to warn a certain someone. Just wait and see. You're provoking the medical academy. Han Yunxi understood. No, you're Chi brother, I'm warning Gu Yuntian. Gu's clear eyes glittered with ruthlessness and the pleasure of revenge. The army of poison corpses in his hands had always been hidden in the Medicine Ghost Valley, and had never been brought out. He had carefully raised them in preparation for the day when he would deal with Medical City. Although the time wasn't right yet, if the people of Medical City dared to touch Poison Lass in the slightest, he wouldn't mind a mutual destruction. Presumably, the news would spread out in Carefree City very soon, and Gu Yuntian would soon understand what he meant. As for why he didn't poison the people of Carefree City, it was purely because he didn't want Han Yunxi to be cursed as cruel and discredit the poison sect. He couldn't bear to see the world cursing Poison Lass. He had to make Poison Lass acknowledge her ancestors in a glorious way. Han Yunxi was shocked. She vaguely felt that Gu, a genius from the medical academy, should know some secret. She was about to ask when Gu suddenly turned around and looked at her. Poison Lass, do you trust Chi brother? Han Yunxi was both doubtful and perplexed, but she couldn't refuse Gu Chishao's clear, pure eyes. For some reason, she nodded. I do. Greatly delighted, Gu burst into laughter. He waved his whip and galloped on the spacious road. When the carriage disappeared at the end of the road, a master and his disciple walked out from the roadside. Master, who is that Gu exactly? The disciple asked. Interesting, hee. The master stroked his beard and chuckled. Let's go. There should be a good show to watch very soon. The disciple was obviously confused, but he didn't ask any questions. The master and disciple headed north. The more the junior brother thought about it, the more confused he became. The master and disciple clearly didn't want the eldest senior brother to hurt Han Yunxi, so why did they instigate the people of Carefree City to kill Han Yunxi? Did the master and disciple want Han Yunxi to live, or Han Yunxi to die? Or perhaps neither was the case. If neither was the case, then wouldn't it be better to die than to live? Carefree City did indeed spread the news quickly. They even slandered Han Yunxi, saying that the remnants of the poison sect were too powerful and that there would be endless trouble if they didn't get rid of her. When Long Fei Yi received the news, he didn't relax for an entire day. He knew what Gu wanted to do. In the end, he was worried about Han Yunxi. He wanted nothing more than to recover immediately so he could go down the mountain and chase after them. Unfortunately, he really couldn't go down the mountain. Gu, who is he? The old man in Kenzo was curious. Gu Chisha, Long Fei Yi replied indifferently. Realization dawned on the old man in Kenzo. So it's him. He's quite bold to provoke Medical City like this. Even to the old man in Kenzo, Long Fei Yi still didn't reveal Gu's undying body. A gentleman's word couldn't be taken back. He'd agreed to keep Gu's immortality a secret, and Gu had agreed to keep mute Granny's secret. Long Fei Yi changed the subject. Master, how did you save Duanmu Yao last time? Long Fei had only thought of the matter after 2 days of recuperation and free time. The old man in Kenzo still didn't look too good at the mention of Duanmu Yao. The only way to truly let go was to forget Luo Qingling, right? He'd remembered her for a lifetime. How could he forget her at his age? However, the old man in Kenzo was no longer deformed when facing this longing, but sober. Her dantian was heavily injured, causing her to lose all of her internal energy and unable to gather qi. As long as there's enough true qi, it can be nurtured and temporarily restored. All she needs to do is find a wondrous medicine to repair it, the old man in Kenzo replied without holding back. What medicine? Long Fei Yi asked hastily. The old man in Kenzo whispered 4 words into Long Fei Ye's ear, causing Long Fei Ye's expression to shift. Got it. Then he told the old man in Kenzo how Gu Beiyue's true qi had rebounded. The old man in Kenzo was astonished. It looks like this person is incredible, incredible. What do you mean? Long Fei Yi didn't understand. He's a once-in-100 years genius. His body must have been born from the jaws of death. Once he recovers from his injuries, his internal energy will increase exponentially. Neither you nor I will be able to deal with him, the old man in Kenzo said seriously. Fei, who is he? Long Fei Ye's eyes darkened. After a long time, he replied, a friend. He didn't elaborate, but asked, Master, is there any news about that wondrous medicine you mentioned? The old man in Kenzo had already sent people to search for it in order to save Duanmu Yao. There's still no news. The old man in Kenzo hesitated before speaking. Are you really going to save this person? Long Fei Ye's eyes were hooded, making it impossible to see his expression, but his tone was resolute. I have to. News had reached Celestial Mountain, so it naturally spread to other places as well. Western Zhou and Tian still hadn't publicly declared their stance. Ningcheng was currently fighting with Chu Tianyin on the battlefield, but he'd sent word to the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate to hand over Han Yunshi. Otherwise, he'd wipe out the Chu clan troops and march south to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. As for the Medical Academy, Chapter 759. As soon as news of the poison corpses reached the Medical Academy, the Council of Elders was the first to explode. Head Elder Ling Gai and 4th Elder Mu Lianxin had long been banished from Medical City for inducing premature labor and lost their qualifications to practice medicine forever. Only 2nd Elder Li Shiyuan, 3rd Elder Shen Jueming, and 4th Elder Li Tianxi remained. During this period of time, the 3 of them were looking for candidates among the several directors. They wanted to recommend 2 elders to fill the vacancies. When they received the news, they happened to summon Luo Zuishan for a chat. It had to be said that the news was too shocking. Even in front of Luo Zuishan, 2nd and 4th Elder couldn't control their emotions. Gu, where did this guy come from? He can't be a descendant of the poison sect, can he? He actually raised so many poison corpses. His motives are unfathomable, unfathomable. I heard that Han Yunshi has a close relationship with that Gu. Even if Gu isn't a member of the poison sect, he's definitely connected to them. 3rd Elder Shin was the calmest of the lot. He had a personal relationship with both Han Yunshi and Gu, but he didn't know what to say now that news had spread. He refused to believe that a woman like Han Yunshi was a descendant of the poison sect who would raise poison corpses to harm the world. Until he figured out the truth, he chose to remain silent. Luo Zuishan was also silent, but his chest and back were covered in sweat. Before long, his clothes were completely soaked. Those who didn't know better would think he was sweating from the heat. He wanted nothing more than to fly to South Ning right now, tie up Shao-Chi, and hide him. That stinking brat actually raised so many poison corpses? What is he planning? Does he think he can be so arrogant just because he can't die? Doesn't he know that once his secret is exposed, he'll suffer a fate 100 times worse than Han Yunxi's? Han Yunxi doesn't even like him, so what's he playing the hero for? Nonsense. Childish. Fool. Luo Zuishan cursed Gu in his heart, but in the end, his eyes couldn't help but tear up. He muttered to himself, Shao-Chi, oh Shao-Chi, you've left medical school for so many years. Why did you have to come back? Have you forgotten all the hardships you've gone through in the past? Why can't you grow up? After Luo Zuishan left the Council of Elders, he was in an out-of-body state. He didn't know how he got back to his residence. He still kept the house where he had taken little Seven in, and it was untouched. He would never forget that child's body that was riddled with scars, his soul that was riddled with holes, and his eyes that were filled with despair but stubbornness. At that time, he knew that Shao-Chi would come back for revenge one day. From then on, he prayed every day, praying that Shao-Chi could truly grow up, forget his hatred, and become a human again. One had to know that people who lived in hatred were the most pitiful, especially those who lived their entire lives for revenge. They were even more pitiful. Since he had already left, wouldn't it be better to change his name and live on properly? At this moment, the head of the medical school, Academy head Gu Yuntian, was in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. His hands were clasped behind his back as he stood at the edge of a bottomless pit, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. He was dressed in elegant crescent-white robes, and his ink-black hair was pulled back. He looked casual, but he wasn't lazy. His age had added to his mature and steady aura. He was an immortal doctor, extraordinary and refined. Of course, this was all an illusion. Another person stood next to him, the one who had been expelled from the medical school, Head Elder Ling Gai. After being expelled from Medical City, Head Elder Ling had traveled through several cities like a rat on the street. After being beaten up a few times, he had secretly returned to the medical school. With Gu Yuntian's protection, it wasn't difficult for him to sneak in and out of the medical school. The moonlight shone down on the mountain, and the forest should be filled with the chirping of insects on a summer night. However, this was the poison sect, so not a sound could be heard. In contrast to the intense reactions of the Council of Elders and the Vice Academy heads, Gu Yuntian was strangely calm about the poison corpses. After a while, he sighed softly. Gu Qisha, Gu Yuntian, hee interesting. In the end, Head Elder Ling wasn't as calm as Gu Yuntian. As soon as Gu Yuntian spoke, he couldn't help but say, Academy head, that brat definitely didn't lose his memories back then. He lied to us. Back then, Shao-Chi had been infected with the plague and his pulse had stopped. The two of them had thought that he was dead. Gu Yuntian had been very sad, so he'd sat at Shao-Chi's feet and chatted with Head Elder Ling about the past. He'd also mentioned many things about the poison sect, including the poison nurturing arts. Even Jun Yi Xie of the 100 Poisons sect couldn't nurture so many poison corpses. Shao-Chi must have eavesdropped on their conversation and learned the secret recipe for nurturing poison humans and poison corpses. Thus, it was very likely that Gu was the Shao-Chi from back then. After the medical school destroyed the poison sect, they took control of the poison nurturing arts and didn't destroy them. Instead, the academy head kept them safe and passed them down through the generations. Poison corpses and even poison goo were far superior to martial arts. In the end, the medical school couldn't bear to destroy such powerful weapons. Perhaps that girl called Han Yunxi taught him. It's not certain whether this Gu is my Shao-Chi or not, Gu Yuntian said indifferently. Gu Qisha suddenly turned over a new leaf and joined forces with Han Yunxi to set up Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Gu is also proficient in poison arts and often goes in and out of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. I think there's a good chance that this is the case. He clearly knows that the poison sect is at the heart of the storm, but he still brought out poison corpses. This is clearly a provocation. Head Elder Ling was afraid. His reputation was already in tatters. If anything happened to Gu Yuntian, no one would be able to protect him. Seeing that Gu Yuntian didn't respond, Head Elder Ling continued, "Academy head, as I see it, that girl Han Yunxi probably doesn't know how to nurture poison. She's skilled in detoxification, but not in poisoning. Gu is Shao Qi from back then, there's no mistaking it. He's raised so many poison corpses, so he must be back for revenge. Academy head, I think it's best to be cautious about this matter. If Shao Qi really does know what happened back then and tells everyone, we'll just say that he knows. Even if he tells everyone, someone has to believe him." Gu Yuntian wasn't afraid of this at all. "Shao Qi, it's been so many years since we last met. As his father, I've missed him a lot." Gu Yuntian's attention was completely on Han Yunxi. "We'll know the truth once we capture that girl and ask her." Gu Yuntian laughed heartily. Back then, the medical academy had destroyed the poison sect, but unfortunately, they hadn't managed to wipe out all of their bloodlines. Gu Yuntian only knew about the remnants of the poison sect, but he didn't know how powerful they were or where they resided. His previous academy heads had spared no effort to secretly search for the remnants of the poison sect, but Gu Yuntian wasn't interested. It wasn't until he lost Shao Qi as a living test subject that he began to take an interest in the poison sect's Gu poison arts, the human Gu. Although the poison sect had only proposed the idea of using humans as Gu for immortality without a specific method to nurture them, Gu Yuntian firmly believed that the poison sect's descendants were still researching this. Perhaps he hadn't missed a single clue over the years. Because of what happened with Long Tianma, he had set his sights on 100 Poison's sect, and Shi Yuba was still locked up in the dungeons. Unfortunately, neither of these clues had led him to any progress. Now that Han Yunxi's identity had been exposed, he was undoubtedly excited. "Academy head, we should still be careful," Head Elder Ling wanted to persuade him again, but Gu Yuntian changed the topic. "Kenshin Li still hasn't given us a clear answer. It looks like Celestial Mountain has completely fallen into Long Fei Ye's hands." Head Elder Ling was familiar with Gu Yuntian's temper, so he had no choice but to give up. Long Fei Yi, that brat, is clearly challenging the medical academy. All the other countries are avoiding Han Yunxi like the plague, but he's still protecting her. Academy head, if this person takes over the world, he'll definitely threaten the prestige of our medical academy. Head Elder Ling was holding a grudge. Madame Lianxin had betrayed him, and all she wanted was to revive the Mu clan. The only people who could afford to pay her were Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, who controlled Medicine City. Ning Cheng is a pretty good choice. That brat knows how to adapt to circumstances, Gu Yuntian said playfully. He'd been obsessed with medical experiments all his life and had never cared about the politics of the imperial court. He really didn't understand this field. "Academy head, you mean?" Head Elder Ling grew suspicious. 10 days later, the medical academy still hadn't received a reply from Celestial Mountain. However, Gu Yuntian personally issued an ultimatum to all doctors in Medicine City and the South Central regions. He demanded that Medicine City cut off all business with Pill Fiend Pharmacy or face the consequences. He also demanded that all doctors withdraw from the South Central regions or be disqualified from practicing medicine. Medicine City couldn't take the pressure anymore. Elder Wang of the Wang family wrote several letters to Long Fei Yi, and the South Central region's governor's manor sent an endless stream of urgent messages to Celestial Mountain. Long Fei Yi and Elder Kenzo hadn't expected Gu Yuntian to be so ruthless. Their stalling plan hadn't even lasted a month. If it weren't for Elder Kenzo and the 3 venerated elders stopping him, Long Fei Yi would have left the mountain long ago. He couldn't bear to let Han Yunxi face this situation alone. Since he couldn't leave the mountain, he frequently communicated with Gu Beiwei to discuss countermeasures. 3 days later, Han Yunxi and Gu returned to South Ning Prefecture. Although she heard a lot of news along the way, Han Yunxi didn't immediately rush to the governor's manor. Instead, she went straight to the Duke of Qin's estate to find Gu Beiwei. However, as soon as she arrived, she saw a large group of officials from the governor's manor, as well as the heads of the 5 great clans of the south-central regions, blocking the entrance. Han Yunxi knew Medical City's movements like the back of her hand, so she naturally knew what these people were here for. Before she could get out of the carriage, a group of people suddenly rushed out from around her. There were both soldiers and guards, all of them surrounding the carriage. "You're courting death." Gu's expression was gloomy. He hadn't been in a good mood these past few days. Gu Yuntian wasn't afraid of his threats. It seemed that he'd overestimated Gu Yuntian's intelligence and hadn't given him a clear warning. Han Yunxi stopped him from drawing his sword. She got out of the carriage and looked around. "Cold," she said. "This princess is in a hurry to save someone, so I'll have to trouble everyone to make things easier for me. If there's anything else, please wait." Clan head Xiao, the head of the 5 great clans, laughed out loud. "Save someone? Han Yunxi, you're a remnant of the poison sect, aren't you? Don't even think about entering the Duke of Qin's estate today. Men, seize her and send her to Medical City." Chapter 760. Han Yunxi had left the heavily injured Long Fei Yi at Celestial Mountain and traveled thousands of li, without rest, just to buy time to treat Gu Beiwei's poison. Her willingness to speak politely to these people was already giving them a lot of face. Her phoenix eyes were frighteningly gloomy. "Since you don't want face, don't blame this princess for being impolite." She clearly didn't know martial arts, but the murderous aura she exuded intimidated the guards and soldiers so much that none of them dared to take a step forward. "What are you all standing around for? Go after the old man, capture her, and you'll be heavily rewarded." Patriarch Xiao roared. Han Yunxi pushed Su Donglin forward and ordered coldly, "Su Donglin, watch carefully. Kill anyone who dares to move." This subordinate obeys. As soon as Su Donglin obeyed, the shadow guards hiding in the surroundings all appeared. Although there weren't many of them, it was enough to intimidate everyone present. "Old ghost, take me in," Han Yunxi said in a low voice. Gu had been waiting for her to say this. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He happily wrapped his arm around Han Yunxi's waist and borrowed a bit of strength to soar into the air. Dressed in luxurious red robes, the devilish red covered the sky and earth. It was very beautiful. When Han Yunxi climbed over the Duke of Qin's mansion's high walls, she heard the angry protests of several patriarchs. "We want to see His Highness Duke of Qin." His Highness Duke of Qin must have been bewitched by this poison woman. If this poison woman isn't eliminated, the South will perish. This is simply a rebellion. This poison woman is openly rebelling. Where's General Bailey? Does General Bailey not care about matters? Han Yunxi hadn't even reached the ancestral hall when large groups of soldiers swarmed towards the Duke of Qin's mansion and started fighting with the shadow guards. Patriarch Xiao declared that he would attack the Duke of Qin's mansion and capture Han Yunxi to rid the people of the south. The sound of fighting was very loud. Han Yunxi had no choice but to stop and look back. Are they really fighting? The shadow guards had no problem dealing with this group of soldiers. However, once there were casualties, it would be used by people with ulterior motives to cause internal strife in the central and southern regions. In fact, ordinary people were the most vulnerable to the effects of Gu, not to mention that the situation was really bad under the comprehensive sanctions of Medical City. They were already beset with external threat. If the south-central regions had internal strife as well, the Commander-in-Chief's estate would become Cloud Realm Continent's biggest joke. Seeing that Han Yunxi was worried, Gu said impatiently, "Poison girl, don't worry. Chi brother will deal with them myself." Han Yunxi quickly stopped him. If Gu summoned the poison corpse to deal with those people, she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Old fiend, you don't understand the situation at the Commander-in-Chief's estate in the south-central regions. We can let the world have a handle on us, but we can't let the 5 great clans do the same, Han Yunshi said seriously. Long Fei Yi wasn't here, so how were they supposed to deal with these powerful and influential families? On one hand, there was the danger of internal strife, while on the other, Gu Beiyue couldn't wait any longer. Han Yunshi was burning with anxiety as she racked her brains. At this moment, Bailey Mingxiang hurried out of the bamboo forest in the ancestral hall and shouted from a distance, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you've finally returned." Seeing Bailey Mingxiang in such a hurry, Han Yunshi didn't hesitate to rush over. "How's Gu Beiyue?" "Esteemed Wang Fei, Dr. Gu knows you're coming back today and has been waiting for you. Esteemed Wang Fei, you should hurry over. Dr. Gu said that there's no need to worry about the matters outside. My father will bring his troops here very soon," Bailey Mingxiang said, panting for breath. "Bring his troops here?" Han Yunshi was a little surprised. "That's right. Dr. Gu said that in times of prosperity, military might rules. In times of chaos, military might rules. His father has already brought his troops to lie in ambush nearby. When they make a bigger fuss, they'll be arrested under the pretext of insurrection," Bailey Mingxiang said seriously. Han Yunshi understood now. This was a true example of extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The political power of the south-central region's commander-in-chief's estate was restricted by the 5 great clans, but military power had always been in the hands of the Bailey army. The Bailey army didn't just control the navy. Long before Tianning's civil strife and Long Fei Ye's invasion of the south, the Bailey army had already taken control of the major military forces in the south and central regions and reorganized them. Even the 5 great clans' greatest military force was only the officers and soldiers of the local government. How could they resist an army? When reason couldn't be explained clearly and public opinion couldn't be controlled, they could only use military force to speak. Although it wouldn't last long to use military and political pressure to rule a country, it could solve the most pressing problems and buy her time to deal with Medical City and Ningqing. Han Yunshi had been puzzled before. She'd already arrived at the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate, but she still hadn't seen General Bailey. As it turned out, everything had been predicted by Gu Beiyue and arranged properly. This fellow who only treated illnesses and people was actually more skilled in the art of healing the country. His wisdom was like his gentleness, silently moisturizing things and disappearing with a flick of his sleeve, concealing his achievements and fame. Saving him is my greatest honor. Han Yunshi left these words behind as she practically ran through the bamboo forest. Very soon, she came to a stop. Gu Beiyue was waiting for her in front of the ancestral hall. He was still sitting in a wheelchair, thin and weak, but the smile on his face was as warm as the spring breeze in April. It was enough to set her heart at ease in these chaotic times. How could there be such a person? He clearly couldn't stand up, but he wasn't in a sorry state at all. Han Yunshi thought that there was nothing in this world that could shatter the calmness in his eyes. There was also nothing filth that could stain his snow-white clothes. Han Yunshi really didn't have the heart to interrupt this peaceful moment. She wanted to stand for a while longer and look at him for a while longer, but time was of the essence. The detoxification system had long since reminded her that there was poison in Gu Beiyue's leg and had already begun to analyze the situation. The detoxification system told her that the corpse ginseng could still be cured and could still be removed. In fact, Gu Beiyue had been looking at her the entire time. He also wanted to look at her for a while longer and quietly look at her for a while. However, his eternal gaze only lasted for a moment. He was still the same as before, humbly bowing with clasped hands. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you've had a hard journey. I'm sorry I'm late." Han Yunshi immediately pushed him into the room and called for an attendant to help him sit on the couch. She nimbly took out a set of gold needles and some medicine. While she was making preparations, she also discussed the poisoning situation with Gu Beiwe. She also discussed how Gu Beiwe had been using acupuncture to suppress the poison's eruption these past few days. Han Yunxi was still curious as to when Gu Beiwe learned how to use acupuncture to suppress the poison. She didn't expect that he had sealed many of the major acupuncture points in his legs, slowing down the flow of blood. If I came late, even the gods wouldn't be able to save your legs, Han Yunxi angrily said. This was the only way. Otherwise, esteemed Wang Fei wouldn't have rushed over. Gu Beiwe spoke the truth. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been able to stop Han Yunxi from rushing over. There must be a spy in the manor. We must find him. How did you get poisoned? Han Yunxi seriously asked. Gu Beiwe didn't answer. Did you suddenly discover that you were poisoned or did you touch something? Han Yunxi asked again. Only Gu Beiwe still didn't answer. She raised her head and saw Gu Beiwe looking down at her. That pair of clean and pure eyes were so warm that it could melt a boulder. He gently placed his finger on his lips and softly said, Esteemed Wang Fei, you've never been distracted when helping people cure poisons. Shoo. No matter how restless Han Yunxi's heart was, it was instantly calmed down. That's right. When she was curing poisons, she was completely focused. She didn't allow anyone to disturb her, nor did she allow herself to be distracted. She nodded and quickly entered a state of mind. She wanted to help Gu Beiwe roll up his trousers, but Gu Beiwe was a step ahead and rolled it up himself. Esteemed Wang Fei, I've been rude. He had always been polite and Han Yunxi was used to it, but this sentence made Han Yunxi feel alienated. She didn't answer and began to seriously search for acupuncture points. Han Yunxi didn't know that this wasn't alienation, but because he was a servant and he couldn't accept her service. Bailey Mingxiang was just about to enter when he heard Gu Beiwe's words. His heart couldn't help but ache. There was no such thing as empathy in this world, but there were people who sympathized with each other. Only those who had truly experienced it would be able to understand and see through it. Even though Dr. Gu was so modest and polite, Bailey Mingxiang could see with a single glance that Dr. Gu had feelings for Han Yunxi. Moreover, this feeling wasn't inferior to Gu's love that everyone knew. How much did he like her for him to be willing to carefully hide his feelings, never allowing himself to reveal anything? Only then would he be willing to go against his heart and show alienation again and again. Bailey Mingxiang understood this. Bailey Mingxiang silently assisted Han Yunxi, using a special medicine to remove the needles. Han Yunxi quickly found an acupuncture point and began to insert the needles. This time, she didn't use many needles, but she used them very deeply. Not long after, black blood came out of the acupuncture point and slowly flowed down Gu Beiwe's calf. Han Yunxi noticed that although Gu Beiwe's leg was thin, the muscles were firm. This should be the result of a lot of exercise. Did this fellow usually exercise a lot? This thought flashed through her mind, but Han Yunxi didn't have time to think about it. This was because the corpse ginseng's poison was hidden very deeply and the detoxification process was very slow. Without a full day of work, it probably wouldn't be finished. She was exhausted from the journey, so she had to conserve her energy as much as possible. The bamboo forest separated them from the clamor outside the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunxi concentrated on detoxification just like before, while Gu Beiwe looked at her quietly with his head bowed. He didn't know what her world was like, but his was completely silent. Miss Yunxi, long time no see. He sighed with emotion in his heart. If they were distant, he would call her esteemed Wang Fei. If they were close, he could just call her Miss Yunxi. Only he himself knew the meaning behind this Miss Yunxi. Actually, Gu was very quiet right now as well. He was leaning against the door without making a sound. There was a bamboo forest and a high wall, completely isolating the clamor outside the door. General Bailey personally led a team of elite soldiers stationed in South Ning to surround the troublemakers. Both sides were in the middle of a discussion. It wasn't until nightfall that Han Yunshi finally managed to expel all the poison from Gu Beiyue's leg. She even gave him a few massages to unblock his meridians and move his joint. She exhaled and finally revealed a smile. Dr. Gu, it's all right now. Esteemed Wang Fei, I'm sorry I couldn't meet you at the city gates, Gu Beiyue said apologetically. He'd promised her that before. Then let me see you stand up with my own eyes. Han Yunshi said seriously. All right. Gu Beiyue's reply was full of strength. He carefully landed on the ground. Han Yunshi wanted to help him up, but he refused. He held onto the bamboo bed until he steadied himself before slowly rising to his feet. He'd stood up. Very steadily. Han Yunshi's heart was filled with excitement as she finally said, Gu Beiyue, long time no see. Really, it had been a long time. Esteemed Wang Fei, once this one stands up, the Commander-in-Chief's estate in South Ning will never fall. Gu Beiyue said seriously. Perhaps he should make a trip back to Medical City. Chapter 761. As soon as Gu Beiyue finished speaking, Gu walked in with a chuckle. Poison lass, with Chi brother here, no one can bully you. Internal and external troubles, Medical City's pressure, Medicine City's troubles, Ning Cheng's threats, the aristocratic family's coercion, and the world's criticism, all of the pressure on Han Yunshi's shoulders seemed to disappear in an instant. Actually, she knew that there was no way she'd be able to cure Gu Beiyue's legs and go back immediately. Gu Beiyue was risking his life for them, so how could she just leave? Long Feiyi wasn't here, so she had to stay. She had to do everything in her power to protect Long Feiyi's empire. How great would it be if Long Feiyi was here as well? Then they could go all out and topple this world where Medical City reigned supreme. They could break all the rules and establish their own world order. Actually, Han Yunshi didn't know that although Long Feiyi was on Celestial Mountain, he had never stopped exchanging letters with Gu Beiyue. He'd been fighting side by side with them this entire time. More accurately, he'd been leading them all this time. We'll discuss the poison sect in detail later. I'm going outside to take a look, Han Yunshi said seriously. The situation outside hadn't dispersed yet, so she was still worried. Gu Beiyue accompanied her out of the bamboo forest and listened by the wall, not allowing her to leave. Esteemed Wang Fei, are you still worried about this one's work? Han Yunshi was speechless. She suddenly felt that Gu Beiyue was different from before, but she couldn't pinpoint what. Gu didn't have much patience to begin with, so when he saw Han Yunshi listening by the wall, he patiently accompanied her. General Bailey had used the excuse of a riot and trespassing on the Duke of Qin's estate to suppress the 5 great clans, but no one had been able to reason with a soldier like him. General Bailey displayed the meaning of the saying, when a scholar meets a soldier, he has a reason to speak clearly to the extreme. Patriarch Shao was a smart man. He knew that the people would not fight with the officials, and the officials would not fight with the army. Although the 5 aristocratic families controlled a lot of power in the central and southern regions, they could indirectly restrain the army. For example, provisions, weapons, and so on. However, all of this had to be done in the long run. At least for the next few months, the 5 aristocratic families really couldn't do anything to the military. House Lord Shao was the first to give in. General Bailey, is Han Yunshi really the poison sect's descendant? How much trouble will she bring to the South Central region? Why don't we sit down and discuss this? If she can convince the old man will fully support her. If she can't, then we'll make another plan. What do you think? I can't promise her, Han Yunshi said to herself. As expected, General Bailey immediately refused. He claimed that old man Tianshan Kenzo hadn't given Medical City a clear answer yet, and that the poison sect matter was purely a rumor spread by someone with ulterior motives to slander the Duke of Qin's estate. As for Gu raising poison corpses, esteemed Wang Fei had nothing to do with it. General Bailey firmly refused the 5 aristocratic families and ordered soldiers to surround South Ning City, declaring that the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate would fight Medical City to the end. With this military order, the 5 aristocratic families and the South Central Region's officials knew that the situation was set. Patriarch Shao angrily spat out, "General Bailey, just you wait. In less than 3 months, the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate will be destroyed by that woman." In truth, Han Yunshi knew very well that if she couldn't keep the medical community here, the commoners would either migrate or riot. The South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate would fall. Thus, every minute and second that followed was extremely important. On the way back, Han Yunshi had some ideas in mind. As the group sat down in a pavilion in the garden, Han Yunshi said seriously, "The most important thing right now is to withdraw the doctors. We need to find a countermeasure immediately to reduce the pressure on the medical community." Gu Beiwa said, "I've already counted. As of 3 days ago, about 80% of the South Central Region's medical centers have closed. The remaining 20% are overcrowded. Midsummer is full of dysentery, so the number of patients will only increase, not decrease. This one has already sent all of Pill Fiend Pharmacy's resident physicians back, as well as contacted a few good friends. Many of their disciples are willing to come and practice medicine. However, I'm afraid they won't last more than a month or 2. This is even more terrifying than a famine." Han Yunshi hated it so much that her teeth itched. Medical City's methods were probably the first of its kind in history. A doctor had the heart of a parent, but those people from Medical City had a heart of knives. Medical skills only had one use, and that was to save lives. However, those people used it as a weapon to seek power and the allegiance of the people. This was an unforgivable crime. Han Yunshi hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "I plan to pay a high salary for the doctors. With a salary higher than that of a 5th-rank official, I'll pay the doctors a high salary every month. The medical centers will be built by the Imperial Court, and all of the medicine will be supplied by the Imperial Court. Moreover, before I announce this, I plan to acknowledge my status as a descendant of the Poison Sect and denounce Medical City in my own name." Han Yunshi sighed, then said coldly, "From what I understand, Medical City destroyed the Poison Sect just because of the idea of poison goo humans. The Poison Sect never committed any heinous crimes, nor did they develop a recipe for raising poison goo humans. In my opinion, Medical City destroyed the Poison Sect because they were using their position for personal gain to eliminate dissidents." Gu, who had been leaning against the wall in silence this entire time, immediately turned to look at Han Yunshi, his eyes dark and gloomy. It was impossible to tell what he was scheming. Bailey Mingxiang grew worried. "Esteemed Wang Fei, once you acknowledge your status as a descendant of the Poison Sect, I'm afraid Medicine City will have no choice but to stop supplying medicine, right?" Han Yunshi nodded. Medicine City's situation is very complicated. Not only do they fear Medical City, but more importantly, more than half of the elders in the new council are in favor of destroying the Poison Sect. However, even if I don't acknowledge it now, Medical City will still insist that I'm the descendant. Elder Wang won't be able to last until the end of the month. Han Yunshi sipped her tea, then said, "I've already given orders to bring back all of the medicine from Pill Fiend Pharmacy's branches. Combined with the medicine stored in the main hall, we should be able to last the entire South Central region for about 3 months. If that's still not enough, perhaps I can discuss it with the King of Medicine." The King of Medicine had lived in seclusion for many years and had never interfered with worldly affairs. Naturally, he wouldn't give in to Medical City's whims. However, trying to take advantage of the King of Medicine wasn't something that could be accomplished with a simple beg. Han Yunshi only hoped that she wouldn't have to go that far. Gu Beiwei was about to speak when a commotion broke out outside the door. Chu Shifeng dashed over to report, "Esteemed Wang Fei, something bad has happened." The 5 great clans had just left, so it was impossible for them to turn back. What kind of bad could have happened at a time like this? Han Yunxi's heart was filled with apprehension, while Chu Shifeng's expression looked like he was about to collapse. Esteemed Wang Fei, hurry and go take a look. There's a bunch of women holding babies outside. They've completely surrounded our doors. Women holding babies? What kind of situation is this? Han Yunxi's group rushed out the door, only to see dozens of women kneeling outside. They were all holding babies in their arms, ranging from infants in swaddling clothes to toddlers of 1 or 2 years old. The innocent children were all crying and wailing. Gu Beiyue was the first to notice the situation. In a low voice, he murmured, "Esteemed Wang Fei, I'm afraid these children are all sick." Han Yunxi's heart almost stopped beating. She couldn't look straight at the crying children, much less their innocent eyes and innocent faces. She knew what they were here for. The leader of the group carried a 1-year-old child as she walked forward. The child's face was red with tears and snot, his face completely red from crying. Gu Beiyue rushed over and gently touched the child's forehead. "How many days has he had a fever?" he asked in alarm. 3 days and 3 nights. "Dr. Gu, I beg you to save my child. I'd rather be sick myself than let my child suffer. I've searched all over the medical centers, but there's no doctor, and I can't get in line. Even at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, it'll take 10 days. The child can't wait." As she spoke, she turned to Han Yunxi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Medical City is heartless. We're willing to go through thick and thin with you, but the child can't bear this. Esteemed Wang Fei, I beg you to save the child. Please save the child." As soon as she finished speaking, all the women cried out in unison, "Save the child, save the child." Their cries for help, mixed with the child's cries, resounded through the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate and the skies of South Ning City. Even the most heartless person would be moved. Han Yunxi's hands trembled. She wanted to comfort the crying child, but she couldn't move. She was well aware that these people had come at someone else's behest. Commoners wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus here, but everything before her eyes was the truth. Doctors shouldn't grant pleas. Han Yunxi panicked, not only because of the scene before her, but also because she wasn't completely confident that she'd win even if she openly went against Medical City. She'd only admitted to being part of the poison sect, and openly went against Medical City because she'd been forced into a corner. What if she lost? Amidst the crying, Han Yunxi had a second thought. She'd confess her crimes. She'd shoulder the poison sect's groundless crimes and accept the Medical Academy's punishment instead. It had to be said that the scene before her eyes had truly shaken Han Yunxi. It was worth it to exchange her life for the millions of patients in the south-central region to seek medical treatment. Han Yunxi had never been one to compromise, but this time she was powerless to resist her fate. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the side. "The doctor is here. Pill Fiend Pharmacy has arranged for 10 doctors to specially treat the children and the elderly. There's no need to wait in a long line. Everyone, hurry and go." The one leading the line is Tianning's former imperial physician, Huang Jingming. He guarantees that everyone will be cured of their illnesses and won't take a single copper. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw Mu Ling standing there. She was dressed in a light yellow muslin dress that accentuated her liveliness. Beside her stood an old man who was none other than Gu Beiyue's close friend, Tianning's imperial physician Huang Jingming. The crowd had indeed come to make things difficult for Han Yunxi after receiving benefits, but it was also a fact that the child was sick. As soon as they heard the news, they all scrambled to get to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Before long, the Duke of Qin's gates were empty. Mu Ling stared at Gu from a distance. She didn't rush over like before, but simply smiled at him. Her smile was especially silly and beautiful. Chapter 762. Gu had already begun to back away, but Mu Linger didn't cling to him like before. She simply smiled at him. Instead, it was Huang Gengchen who stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Dr. Gu, long time no see." Old man brought 60 disciples with him this time. 10 of them stayed in South Ning, while the remaining 50 were sent to various places to treat the elderly and young. This can be considered the best of old man's meager efforts. Han Yunshi was so moved that she didn't know what to say. If she had to be asked how she felt, the only thing she could think of was that she didn't study medicine and didn't have a group of disciples. Gu Beiwei also cupped his hands in greeting. Elder Huang, this one has been waiting for you for a long time. Elder Huang smiled. He, old man helped you convince quite a few famous doctors. They'll be arriving with their disciples in the next few days, so don't worry. After Elder Huang finished speaking, he nodded at Han Yunshi before turning to head back to Pilfine Pharmacy. Han Yunshi's cold heart finally warmed up. She knew that there were still many good doctors in this world. After Huang Gengchen left, Mu Linger still didn't come over. She giggled and said, "Don't worry, leave Pilfine Pharmacy to me and Dr. Huang." After she finished speaking, she winked at Gu and left without saying another word. Gu was quite surprised and secretly sighed in relief. Pilfine Pharmacy was very busy and had many patients waiting for her to treat. Since she was a medical practitioner, she could still treat some minor illnesses. She didn't have time to waste here at a time like this. She thought that since she was clinging on to Chi Brother, and Chi Brother wouldn't like her, she should hurry back to Pilfine Pharmacy and fight against Medical City. She didn't like Medical City to begin with, so when she found out that Chi Brother was Gu Chi Sha, who had been banished by Medical City, she hated Medical City even more. After walking far away, she couldn't help but turn back and shout, "Chi Brother, take the poison corpses and destroy Medical City. Ling will always support you." Silly girl. Gu smiled helplessly. This girl supported Han Yunshi's refusal. Although Elder Huang had brought many doctors to help, their help was limited. "Dr. Gu, our chances of winning aren't high." Han Yunshi was telling the truth. Who knew that Gu Beiwei would say, "Esteemed Wang Fei, if you hand yourself over, you can save the innocent people for a while, but you can't save them forever. You don't need to feel guilty and you can't waver. We must take this opportunity to change the rules of Medical City. That is the purest school, and has nothing to do with power." Han Yunshi did not expect that Gu Beiwei actually understood her. He could actually tell what she was thinking. His eyes weren't sharp at all, but gentle and soft. Still, they could see through everyone's hearts. "Gu Beiwei, you can treat illnesses, people, and the country, but you can also treat the heart?" Gu Beiwei continued, "Esteemed Wang Fei, our chances of winning are very high. The Apricot Woods Conference will be held in a few days, and this one will attend it." The Apricot Woods Conference was held once every 5 years. It was the highest meeting of Cloud Realm Continent's medical community and a platform to compete in medical skills. Through this competition and display of medical results, a doctor's rank would be determined once again. Under normal circumstances, those below the 5th grade of Divine Doctor would have to be evaluated through a competition. There was a limit to the number of people allowed. As for the 4 grades of Divine Doctor, and Divine Doctor, they would be evaluated through the demonstration of their medical achievements. Once a doctor obtained a rank, they would receive many benefits from the medical academy. For example, they could study under high-ranked doctors, come into contact with medical skills that weren't taught to outsiders, or receive subsidies from the medical academy for their research. Even without these benefits, the mere title of a doctor was enough to make many people scramble like duck. In Cloud Realm Continent, a doctor's rank was the proof of one's medical skills. It was the recognition of one's profession and a glorious title. Han Yunshi had always known that Gu Beiwei's medical skills weren't just a 5th-ranked Divine Doctor. She also knew that Gu Beiwei had always disdained the different ranks of the medical academy, so he hadn't gone for one yet. Now that he was going to attend the Apricot Woods Conference, was he going to show off his true skills? "Esteemed Wang Fei, this one is planning to challenge Academy head Gu Yuntian. I'm just afraid that esteemed Wang Fei won't trust me, Gu Beiwei actually smiled at such a serious topic. Han Yunshi's heart pounded in her chest. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't looking forward to it. Although she didn't know where Gu Beiwei got his confidence from, she knew that his words were definitely reliable. I trust you, Han Yunshi said with certainty. The reason why Medical City had such a high appeal in the medical field was that the medical school represented the highest level of medical skills and abundant medical resources. If Gu Beiwei challenged Gu Yuntian's authority, and if Gu Beiwei expressed his willingness to take him in as a disciple, what would the result be? Even if they couldn't shake the medical academy, they could at least fight for more doctors. Han Yunshi finally saw hope. Gu chuckled. Gu Beiwei, I never expected you to have designs on the Apricot Woods Conference as well. This old man has my eyes on it as well. As long as you get rid of that old thing Gu Yuntian, this old man promises that the position of head of the medical academy will be yours. Gu, you have something on Gu Yuntian, don't you? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. Gu was the head elder's adopted son and very familiar with the poison sect. She guessed that Gu must know something, or else he wouldn't be so arrogant. Gu turned back with a flirtatious smile. It's a secret. Han Yunshi had no idea of Gu's relationship with the medical academy, nor did she know how much suffering Gu had suffered there. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw his flirtatious smile. Gu, tell me the truth. Are you from the poison sect? Pa! Gu was very agitated. Han Yunshi, this old man won't be your relative. It doesn't matter if you're not from the poison sect. You'll still be my relative when you marry Ling or one day, Han Yunshi said seriously. Gu's mouth twitched as he pretended not to hear. Han Yunshi knew exactly what Gu was thinking, but what else could she do besides turn him down with a joke like this? When discussing matters with this guy, she always had to be half joking. If she spoke too seriously, he would always refute her on the spot and snort disdainfully, refusing to take it to heart. There's an important matter. Let's go inside and talk. Gu Beiwei cut short their banter. Han Yunshi knew that there was another big problem besides withdrawing, Ning Qing. When they returned to the room, General Bailey had already arrived from the back door. The red coat cannons had forced the Tian An's Mu family troops to retreat. Ning Qing hadn't pursued the Tian An's position in the three western cities, but had immediately withdrawn his troops. The Tianan troops had suffered heavy casualties, so Ning Qing had only left behind a third of his artillery and 2 border garrisons. Half of the remaining troops had been sent to the western front to deal with the Chu clan troops, while the other half was heading south to prepare for the attack on the south-central region's commander-in-chief's manor. General Bailey explained the situation on Ning Qing's side, then said, even if Northernly manages to find war horses today, it'll take at least a month or 2 before they can be used. This general is planning to send troops north on the day of the Apricot Woods Conference. The land and navy will work together to divide Ning Qing's forces. Water army? Han Yunshi was doubtful. Yes. There's a large river in Tianning called the Sand River. It flows from western Zhou in the west to the Eastern Sea in the east. If Tianning's troops want to go south, they'll have to cross this river. As long as we buy enough time to take Tianning's Helen Prefecture, we'll be able to control the river. Once we control it, it won't be so easy for Tianning's troops to go south. We can drag things out until Northernly sends out their troops, General Bailey said seriously. Han Yunshi immediately understood. This was called gaining the initiative by striking first. If they were destined to fight Ning Qing, then it was better to wait until Ning Qing dealt with Western Zhou before sending out their troop. They could even use Western Zhou to divide Ning Qing's forces. Moreover, if they sent out their troops now, it would definitely catch Ning Qing off guard. The first battle would catch Ning Qing unawares. After all, Long Fei Yi was still on Celestial Mountain. Everyone assumed that they'd wait for him to make a move after he left the mountain. Medical City had Gu Beiwei and Gu's help, so there was still hope. Ning Qing had General Bailey keeping him in check. No matter what, Han Yunshi thought, They could at least stabilize the situation and buy time for Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi had no idea that Gu Beiyue's decision to attend the Apricot Woods Conference at Medical City and General Bailey's preemptive strike were all because of Long Fei Ye's orders. That man might be far away on Celestial Mountain, but he still had control over everything. Han Yunshi discussed a few more details with everyone before realizing that it was already late at night. Everyone was still hungry. "Zhao Mama, have the kitchens prepare some food," Han Yunshi instructed. General Bailey didn't stay for dinner and took his leave to attend to military affairs. Gu wouldn't leave. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd eaten at the same table as Poison Lass. He found several jugs of fine wine and said, "The last time the three of us ate at the same table was several years ago. Even now, Long Fei has sealed up my restaurant. Dr. Gu just recovered from his injuries, so he can't drink. Mingxiang and I don't know how to drink, so you can drink by yourself," Han Yunshi said seriously. Gu rolled his eyes at her. "Spoil sport." Han Yunshi ignored him and asked Gu Beiyue seriously, "Tomorrow, we'll make some preparations and tell them everything we need to tell them. The night after tomorrow, we'll leave secretly. How about it?" Gu Beiyue nodded. He hesitated for a while before saying, "Esteemed Wang Fei, this humble one has been communicating with His Highness the Duke of Qin these past few days and learned that His Highness is seriously injured. This humble one has a set of acupuncture techniques that are extremely effective in treating internal injuries." "Really?" Han Yunshi was overjoyed. Gu Beiyue's acupuncture techniques were definitely top-notch. Amen. Gu Beiyue was still hesitant, but he still said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, this humble one can't personally go to Celestial Mountain to perform acupuncture for His Highness the Duke of Qin. Why don't you teach it to someone you trust and have them do it for you?" Han Yunshi couldn't wait for Long Fei Ye's injuries to recover quickly. Every day counted. "Sure." She immediately agreed. Gu Beiyue was about to say Bailey Mingxiang when Han Yunshi pulled Bailey Mingxiang over. "Let's have Mingxiang. She learns quickly, so 2 days shouldn't be a problem." Bailey Mingxiang was very surprised. She couldn't believe her ears. Her heart pounded wildly. If esteemed Wang Fei hadn't held her hand tightly, her hands would have been trembling. Heavens! She actually wanted to go to Celestial Mountain to perform acupuncture for His Highness the Duke of Qin? She reflexively looked to the right. Although Su Xiaoyu wasn't there, she seemed to see Su Xiaoyu standing there. Those bright eyes were filled with hostility and suspicion as they stared at her. Chapter 763. Su Xiaoyu wasn't here, so the cold eyes that were examining Bailey Mingxiang were her own. How could she not know that this was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance? Even if she couldn't treat His Highness Duke of Qin, she would be satisfied to be able to serve him. Or rather, even if she didn't serve him, as long as she could watch him from afar, she would die without regrets. But she couldn't. She wasn't willing to let her greed stain the purest faith in her heart, the purest unrequited love. She looked at Gu Beiyue and discovered that Gu Beiyue was also looking at her. "Gu Beiyue, do you understand? Do you really understand?" A child's intuition was the most accurate, and a child's eyes were the sharpest. That was why Su Xiaoyu had seen through him. But what about Gu Beiyue? If she couldn't hide it from him, if they were truly in the same boat, why didn't he understand? Why did he still want to send her to Celestial Mountain? That shouldn't be the case. Actually, this was a form of harm. Bailey Mingxiang took a step forward and bowed. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Imperial Physician Gu, Mingxiang is untalented. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn acupuncture techniques, so I ask that the two of you find someone else to entrust this heavy responsibility to." She refused. Before Han Yunshi could speak, Gu Beiyue said, "No matter. This one guarantees that I can teach you in 2 days. This one has already discussed this with His Highness Duke of Qin. You're the most suitable candidate." Bailey Mingxiang was stunned. This was actually His Highness Duke of Qin's intention? Han Yunshi was also surprised. You've already discussed this? His Highness Duke of Qin originally wanted esteemed Wang Fei to return to Celestial Mountain, but unfortunately, I'm afraid that esteemed Wang Fei will have to follow us to Medical City, Gu Beiwei said seriously. If someone else had said this, Han Yunshi might have hesitated, but she had never doubted Gu Beiwei's words. Esteemed Wang Fei, Miss Mingxiang is truly the most suitable candidate, Gu Beiwei added. Han Yunshi immediately thought of Bailey Mingxiang because she was the most suitable candidate. Firstly, Bailey Mingxiang had learned a lot of acupuncture techniques from Gu Beiwei. She was talented and had a good foundation. Secondly, the most important thing was that she was Long Fei Ye's confidant. If there was a traitor, who else would he look for other than the Bailey clan? The people of the 100 Lane clan were the least likely to betray Long Fei Yi. And Long Fei Yi was seriously injured at the moment. So, they couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake. Moreover, they couldn't afford to leak any information. If Han Yunshi wanted to find someone who could quickly learn the needle techniques and be absolutely loyal to Long Fei, she wouldn't be able to find anyone. Of course, Mu Linger was also a candidate, but Mu Linger still had to manage Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Moreover, that girl was deathly afraid of Long Fei Yi and would never accept this task. They also didn't have the right to order her around. Mingxiang, you won't obey my orders, but are you going to defy His Highness' orders? Do you want me to invite your father over? Han Yunshi asked teasingly. Bailey Mingxiang had nothing to say. She was at a loss, and her heart was filled with apprehension and unease. She didn't say anything, so Gu Beiwei took it as her agreement. Miss Mingxiang, go back and rest early. Come to my place tomorrow morning to learn acupuncture. All right. Bailey Mingxiang turned to Han Yunshi and said, since esteemed Wang Fei trusts me so much, Mingxiang definitely won't disappoint esteemed Wang Fei. Han Yunshi nodded and muttered, he's really been seriously injured this time. I can only hope that he recovers quickly. Before Bailey Mingxiang left, she asked, esteemed Wang Fei, is there any news of little Yu? Although she'd felt like someone was watching her every day when Su Xiaoyu was still around, she'd been mocked and ridiculed every now and then. But the girl had been missing for so long that the Duke of Qin's estate was so quiet that she wasn't used to it. Han Yunshi sighed softly. I'm still looking for her. Don't worry, rest early and focus on your acupuncture lessons tomorrow. After Bailey Mingxiang left, only Gu Beiwei, and Chu Shifeng were left in the room. Han Yunshi asked, Dr. Gu, where did you get this poison? Gu Beiwei took out a poison needle and said, it was an assassination. It didn't seem like they wanted to kill me, but lure esteemed Wang Fei down the mountain. Han Yunshi immediately looked towards Chu Shifeng, who hastily reported, there are two possibilities. 1. An expert snuck in and avoided our defenses. 2. There might be spies among the people in the estate. Either way, this person must be in cahoots with the spies on Celestial Mountain. They knew His Highness Duke of Qin was heavily injured and lured esteemed Wang Fei down the mountain to incite discord in Carefree City against esteemed Wang Fei. Chu Shifeng's words were exactly what Han Yunshi had guessed over the past few days. Could this person be the one who kidnapped Su Xiaoyu? Why did they kidnap little Yu? Han Yunshi didn't understand. Little Yu had been missing for a long time. If these people wanted to take her hostage for ransom, shouldn't they have made a move by now? Chu Shifeng didn't answer, but said seriously, esteemed Wang Fei, the enemy is in the shadows while we're in the light. It's better to be cautious. His Highness must have a plan to deal with the spies. Medical City is more important right now. This subordinate will send more men to protect you all there. Gu, who had been silent all night, gave a soft snort at these words. Save it. Chu Shifeng wasn't convinced and glared at him. Before the two of them could start arguing, Gu Beiwei cut them off. Everyone, it's getting late. Let's all rest. Esteemed Wang Fei must be tired from the carriage ride, so hurry and go back. Han Yunshi really was tired. There was still a pile of things to do tomorrow. She and Gu Beiwei were both leaving, while General Bailey was preparing to send out troops. They had to make proper arrangements for the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. They couldn't let the rear be emptied out while they fought on the front lines. Fortunately, General Bailey's sons were all capable. For the time being, they could still intimidate the 5 great clans with their military might. Han Yunshi didn't return to the leisurely Cloud Pavilion, but went to Long Fei Ye's quarters. Besides their wedding night, she'd never spent a night in his quarters. Tonight, she'd only come because she coveted the scent he'd left behind in the palace. She hoped that the familiar scent would give her a good night's sleep. Actually, she was long tired, but not sleepy. After Granny Zhao lit the lamp, she asked Granny Zhao to leave. She wandered around the empty palace by herself. Everything in this quarters was the same as the one in Tianning's capital city. Han Yunshi wasn't sure if Long Fei was nostalgic and used to living here, or if he was too lazy to get used to his new quarters. When she'd married into the Duke of Qin's estate and been brought to his quarters, she'd done the same thing as now. But her feelings were completely different then. Back then, she'd been fearful, cautious, and curious. Now, she only felt longing. Perhaps it was because he hadn't lived here for too long, but she couldn't find any familiar scent. Even the luxurious silk quilt on the wide bed didn't give her any warmth to feel at ease. Han Yunshi curled up in the quilt by herself, unable to fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. She secretly laughed at herself for recognizing the bed. But how could she recognize the bed? Even in the carriage, on horseback, and in his arms, she could still fall asleep. She clearly recognized the person. Since she wasn't sleepy at all, she decided not to sleep. Instead, she lay on her back and stared at the ceiling. Did Long Fei toss and turn like this when he slept here? Did he stare at the same ceiling? What did he look like when he was asleep? What kind of sleeping position was he used to? Did he sleep on his back, on his side, or on his stomach? Was he more used to sleeping on his left or right side? Han Yunshi wasn't sleepy at all, but her thoughts were running wild. She rolled to her right side to lie on her stomach, then rolled to her left side to lie on her back. If only he was here, how good would that be? After tossing and turning, Han Yunshi finally got off the bed. She really missed Long Fei. At night, people would become emotional. She came to the study and found that the chair behind the desk was facing the window. No one would dare to touch anything here. She was afraid that Long Fei sat with his back to the desk last time. She didn't understand why he was sitting with his back to the desk. Was there anything to see outside the window? She didn't think too much about it. She straightened the chair and sat down. She picked up the brush and wrote a letter. Thousands of thoughts, thousands of words, and surging longing all gathered at the tip of the brush, but only 6 words were left on the paper. It didn't have the talent and tactfulness of the ancients, but it was the most moving confession in the world. Long Fei, I miss you. She folded the letter neatly and put it in the envelope, signing the word she. She opened the window and wanted to summon an eagle to deliver the letter. However, the moment she opened the window behind her, she was stunned. Soon, her eyes were filled with tears. Tears welled up in her eyes and almost fell. Looking at the scene in front of her, her past hardships, grievances, torment, and even her inferiority complex seemed to disappear. For the first time, she truly felt that her love wasn't humble at all. After staring blankly for a long time, Han Yunshi put the chair back to its original position. She sat down and looked out the window. She just happened to see the window of the leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Under the bright moon, even without the lights, the leisurely Cloud Pavilion was clearly visible. Countless nights, she stood there alone and stared blankly at the lights in his bedroom. She always admitted that she fell in love with that man first, but she didn't expect that he had always been watching over her in a corner that she couldn't see. Long Fei, you fool! Han Yunshi smiled bitterly. It was only now that she realized why he had built another Duke of Qin's manor, another sleeping palace, and another leisurely cloud pavilion without moving a single blade of grass or tree. So it was all for this coincidental angle of view, this angle of view that she was unaware of. Long Fei Yi, you and I, who is more humble? Perhaps we are both humble, willing to lower our heads and condescend to each other. Han Yunxi opened the letter again and added, Long Fei Yi, you fool. Then she summoned an eagle to send the letter out. That night, she sat on the chair and stared at the window of the leisurely cloud pavilion. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. For countless nights, Long Fei Yi also leaned on the chair and stared at the beautiful figure in the leisurely cloud pavilion as he fell asleep. After Han Yunxi fell asleep, Lil Thing secretly slipped out of the poison storage space. Han Yunxi could vaguely sense it, but she didn't make a sound. She knew that Lil Thing hadn't returned to South Ning for a long time, so it must have gone to find Gu Beiwei. If not for the fact that Gu Beiwei didn't know how to cure poisons, she would have suspected that Gu Beiwei was also from the poison sect. Why did Lil Thing like him so much? However, Gu Beiwei was truly likable. His temperament was clean, and his personality was very gentle. Being with him didn't bring about any great joys or sorrows, but it was very comfortable. It was like basking in the sun on a winter day. Unknowingly, a lifetime passed. Chapter 764. Lil Thing had been seriously injured last time, but it wasn't as bad as the loss of its detoxification blood. Even though it was recuperating in the poison storage space, it could still sense Mama Yunxi's thoughts and hear what was said in the outside world. By the time Mama Yunxi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, it had already woken up. That was because it had smelled the gentleman's scent, the purest scent in the world. Only the purest of souls had such a pure scent. Lil Thing was still a tiny thing, only the size of a palm. It was fluffy and snow-white, like a little fur ball. Actually, it had wanted to come out long ago, but lacked the strength. It took a lot of effort to jump out of the poison pond and out of the poison storage space. After jumping out the window, it ran straight for the ancestral hall through the window it was most familiar with. As expected, it saw the gentleman lying on his side on the bed. He was dressed in white undergarments and half covered by a silk quilt. His long hair was scattered behind his head and spread out on the pillow. Sleeping, he was even gentler and calmer than when he was awake. He lacked his usual strict modesty and even exuded traces of laziness that Lil Thing had never seen before. It was impossible to imagine what a man like this would look like if he dropped all etiquette and assumed a lazy, casual posture. Gentlemen, just what kind of person are you? Lil Thing sat on the table and stared blankly at the gentleman's face. The more it looked, the more familiar it felt, as if it had seen him somewhere before. How could that be? Had it been the gentleman before? Had it forgotten? It really was forgetful, but the gentleman was only in his 20s. It couldn't have forgotten things from that time, right? Lil Thing carefully thought back and realized that it really wasn't remembering much. Perhaps it had been locked up for too long and only remembered that little black room. It was boring and dry, so there wasn't much to remember. In another 2 hours it would be daybreak. Lil Thing jumped onto the bed and snuggled up in the gentleman's arms before finding a comfortable spot to sleep. The Duke of Qin's estate was as quiet as the moon in the sky. Currently, Mu Linger was sitting by herself on the back steps of the Duke of Qin's estate. Chu Shifeng had bumped into her while patrolling the area. Originally, he wanted to tell her that Gu Qishao was sleeping soundly on a nearby rooftop, basking in the moonlight. But after some hesitation, Chu Shifeng decided not to stick his nose into other people's business. Chu Shifeng really disliked Gu. He felt that a good girl like Mu Ling shouldn't be wasted on a scum like Gu. For some reason, he suddenly thought of young Master Tang. Even though Tang Li was now the head of the Tang clan, Chu Shifeng was still used to calling him young Master Tang. He remembered that young Master Tang had once been very interested in the genius pharmacist of Medicine City's Mu family. How did he end up in the hands of that slut, Ning Jing? He wondered if young Master Tang had taken down Ning Jing. The war was about to begin, and the arms trade was very important to them. Mu Linger was lying on her knees, half asleep. In fact, she was already exhausted. She busied herself until the wee hours of the night before she finished seeing all the patients and taking stock of all the medicinal ingredients. She was supposed to be sleeping in her bedroom in the back courtyard of Pilfine Pharmacy, but she ran all the way to the Duke of Qin's estate without even taking a sip of water. When she reached the entrance and saw the tightly shut back door, she suddenly realized that it was late at night. Everyone had dispersed and gone to bed, so she wouldn't be able to see Qi brother anymore. She didn't know why she was sitting here, either. So what if she had to wait until daybreak? She might as well go back to Pilfine Pharmacy and keep busy. However, she just sat down. Once she sat down, she did not think about it anymore. Perhaps, she still had a little bit of hope in her heart. She hoped that Qi Gij would enter through this door. Qi brother often appeared and disappeared like a ghost too. He ran around in the middle of the night, didn't he? Qi brother, last time you left, you didn't even say goodbye to Ling Er. Now that you're back, aren't you going to see her? Although Ling Er isn't anyone to you, she's still a friend you've known since you were young. Qi brother, just what do you take Ling Er for? That night, Mu Ling Er didn't see Gu. When the sun rose, she didn't slack off. She stretched lazily and returned to Pilfine Pharmacy to begin her busy day. She didn't even notice that her knees were wet. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the study and hit Han Yunxi's face, Han Yunxi immediately woke up. The sunlight dispelled the darkness and coolness of the sleeping quarters. Han Yunxi checked her poison storage space and confirmed that Lil Thing wasn't there. Her schedule today was packed. She had to go to Pilfine Pharmacy, the Bailey Army's headquarters, and the Commander-in-Chief's manor. There was a pile of work waiting for her to deal with in each place. But just to be on the safe side, she decided to go to Gu Beiyue's place to see if Lil Thing was there. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Beiyue talking to Lil Thing. Gu Beiyue spoke very softly. She didn't know if Lil Thing understood him, but it nodded repeatedly in response. The man and the squirrel didn't seem out of place at all. In fact, there was an indescribable harmony between them. Sure enough, it's with you. Han Yunxi smiled. It snuck over last night. I only found out this morning. Gu Beiyue smiled. He held Lil Thing in his arms and gently stroked it. This little guy might be fated to be with me. It likes to stick to me. Isn't that so? It's still injured. Instead of being obedient and recuperating, it only knows how to run over to your place to play. Although Han Yunxi's tone was reproachful, her heart ached for Lil Thing. The scene from Celestial Mountain would occasionally appear in her mind. She couldn't imagine if she would still be alive if it weren't for Lil Thing. She knew Lil Thing was good at jumping and running, but never expected it to transform into a big white wolf with such explosive strength. She took Lil Thing from Gu Beiyue's arms and gently stroked it. Lil Thing rubbed itself against her hand intimately. You've never seen it transform, right? Han Yunxi grinned. It's a big white wolf. You might be frightened. Lil Thing seemed a little dissatisfied as it lazily glared at Han Yunxi. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi didn't see it. Mama Yunxi, please don't ruin my image in front of the gentleman like this, all right? Gu Beiyue wasn't surprised or alarmed. Instead, he smiled faintly. It's a snow wolf. Its fur is as white as snow, pure and holy. Esteemed Wang Fei, since you're a descendant of the poison sect, the poison beast will protect you with its life. It'll live and die with you. Snow wolf, that's right. Han Yunxi nodded. She picked up Lil Thing and intimately pressed her face against it. Lil Thing patted her lightly with its meaty paws, amusing Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi grinned. Dr. Gu, since Lil Thing likes you so much, I'll give it to you when it recovers so it can protect you. How does that sound? Gu Beiyue was a doctor without the strength to truss a chicken. He really needed protection. Lil Thing's eyes immediately lit up as Gu Beiyue chuckled. I like it too. I can borrow it to relieve my boredom from time to time, but I'm afraid I can't afford to have it as a gift. Lil Thing didn't hear the rest of his words. It only heard the gentleman say, I like it too. Sir, you know Lil Thing likes you and you like Lil Thing too. But why can't we be together? Just as they were talking, a servant came to report that Bailey Mingxiang had arrived. Han Yunxi didn't want to delay Gu Beiyue's teaching of acupuncture, so she handed Lil Thing to Gu Beiyue and left after greeting Bailey Mingxiang. Long Feiyi received Han Yunxi's letter as well as Gu Beiyue's. No matter how important Gu Beiyue's letter was, he still opened Han Yunxi's first. However, he didn't expect there to only be 2 sentences in the letter. Long Feiyi, I miss you. And Long Feiyi, you fool. He rubbed his brows with one hand while holding the letter with the other. After reading it for a long time, the joy in his heart transformed into a soundless smile. The ink in his study was an extremely precious Zhanshan ink. It had a unique fragrance, so he knew she'd gone to his study. He was so engrossed in his reading that he hastily put away the letter when the old man from Kenzo scooted over. In the end, his joy was replaced by seriousness. Long Fei picked up his brush and wrote a few words on the back of the paper. Looks like it's no big deal, the old man from Kenzo teased. Long Feiyi ignored him and waited for the ink to dry before carefully folding the letter and placing it back in the envelope. Seeing this, the old man from Kenzo didn't understand. Fei, you're not mailing it out? No need, Long Feiyi replied mildly. What did you write when you replied but didn't mail it out? The old man from Kenzo was curious as well. Perhaps only his disciple would be. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi automatically ignored the old man from Kenzo's question. He put the letter away before opening Gu Beiyue's letter. Gu Beiyue had explained the situation at the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate very clearly. He also mentioned that once everything was settled, Bailey Mingxiang would come to Celestial Mountain. This time, the old man from Kenzo scooted over again. Long Feiyi didn't avoid him, but handed the letter to the old man from Kenzo. Bailey Mingxiang? The old man from Kenzo hesitated before asking, Can this woman be trusted? She's a member of the Mermaid Clan. Of course she can be trusted. Don't worry, Long Feiyi said. Treat her injuries with acupuncture? That girl believes such things? The old man from Kenzo was amused. He always thought Han Yunxi was very intelligent. She's often stupid. Long Feiyi's tone was doting as he spoke. After a while, he sighed softly. She's never doubted Gu Beiyue's words. I'm just afraid that she'll be so stupid that she won't believe you, the old man from Kenzo intoned. Actually, Long Feiyi hadn't told the old man from Kenzo that Han Yunxi was a descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan. Right now, even Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were in the dark. After Mute Granny's death, he was the only one who knew the truth. That was the most difficult thing for him to control. Long Feiyi didn't reply. Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, the old man from Kenzo didn't ask any questions. He quickly went to invite the honored elders to treat Long Feiyi's injuries. When he said that it'd take 1.5 years to recover with internal energy, it was all for the sake of the spy. With the help of the honored elders and his own foundation, Long Feiyi's injuries would heal in a month at most. Actually, he'd woken up during the 5 days that the honored elders had treated him. He knew that Han Yunxi was waiting bitterly by the door, but he'd steeled his heart and refused to see her. If Han Yunxi hadn't been heartbroken, how could the spy have believed that he was seriously injured? The ambush from the Duke of Qin's estate, the spy from Celestial Mountain, the person who instigated He Ilian, the person who knew he possessed the lustbite energy, and the mastermind behind the scenes trying to control everything. He'd long had his eyes on him. Chapter 765. After the honored Sir helped Long Feiyi heal his injuries, his complexion looked much better. He should have gone outside to get some fresh air, but now he had to stay in bed. There were many servants selected from the Sky Mountain disciples in Jiushuan Palace. Most of them were chosen to be servants when they were around 10 years old. Kenzo would teach them swordsmanship, but he would only teach them a little and not really teach them anything. Although he knew there was a spy, Long Fei Yi did not investigate. Firstly, he was afraid of alerting the enemy. Secondly, there was no need to. Thirdly, he wanted to beat them at their own game. He Lian was an excellent example. Someone raised by that old fox behind the scenes would not betray his master so easily. Long Fei hadn't done a thing, but he'd already arranged everything in silence. His methods were always capable of catching people off guard. At this time, he was lazily leaning on the bamboo bed with his hand over his heart. The letter from before seemed to be hidden there. Kenzo was afraid he would be bored, so he came to accompany him. In fact, Long Fei was a very boring person. If there was no need to talk, he could go for days without saying a word. Kenzo had watched him grow up and knew his personality very well. In fact, Kenzo was the one who was bored and came to find Long Fei to relieve his boredom. Some people could not be bored. If they were bored for too long, their heart would get sick. Gu Beiwei was about to take out Han Yunshi's letter when Kenzo came in. He moved his hand away and pretended to be asleep. Kenzo was already sitting in front of him, but he still did not move. Kenzo coughed a few times and said, "There is still no news about the medicine you asked for last time. However, old man recently received a medicinal pills." Before he could finish, Long Fei immediately opened his eyes. Last time, he asked Kenzo how to treat Duanmu Yao's internal injuries and mentioned Gu Beiwei's condition. Kenzo told him about a medicine called the dragon pill returning. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find it. "What about medicinal pills?" Long Fei asked seriously. Weren't you asleep?" This Gu Beiwei. The Kenzo man's expression turned ambiguous. "It's a good thing he's not a girl. Otherwise, if you weren't so nervous, that last Yunshi would definitely get mad at you." Faced with such a question, Long Fei only shot the sword sect master a disdainful glance. What else could he do? After mocking the old Kenzo, he lay back down and continued to sleep. "Your wings are getting harder and harder." Kenzo chuckled. "I just received a medicinal pills called Phoenix Perch. Give them to that Sir Gu first and let him recover on his own. It shouldn't be a problem for him to recover 20 to 30% of his martial arts in a short period of time." Long Fei's eyes lit up at these words. He immediately rose to his feet and said, "All right, I'll write a letter right away." Kenzo man saw him in such a hurry and couldn't help but remind him, "Fei, you should think this through clearly. Once this person recovers, his martial arts might even surpass yours and mine. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Moreover, this person is Western Qin's most loyal servant. You and him are like fire and water." Long Fei had already finished writing the letter. As was his habit, it was short and concise, but he raised his head to look at the sword sect master and seemed to hesitate as well. "Think it over some more," Kenzo man coaxed. Long Fei thought it over for a long time before finally reaching out his hand. Although he didn't say a word, Kenzo man understood his intentions and could only hand over the medicinal pills. After delivering the letter, Kenzo man's expression was especially solemn. Long Fei, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. He found the shadow guard and asked him about Tang Li's situation. "Your Highness, the Tang clan head says you don't have to worry. He'll definitely take over the arms trade within a year," the shadow guard reported. Long Fei grew angry. This prince has asked him 5 times, and he's given the same reply every time. What does he mean? There's a rumor going around that the Tang clan is going to supply the Ning clan's arms trade. What's going on? The shadow guard passed on Long Fei's words back to the Tang clan. A few days later, Long Fei received a 20-page letter that detailed Tang Li's entire honeymoon journey. It detailed how he'd coaxed Ning Jing to be happy, how he'd created romantic feelings to move her, how he'd created misunderstandings to make her jealous, and how he'd loosened the reins only to grasp them better. At the end of the letter, Tang Li added that if Long Fei Yi couldn't handle Han Yunxi, he could ask him for advice at any time. He promised that he would be able to tame Han Yunxi within a year, and he would even be able to carry her in his arms. Long Fei Ye's expression when he read the letter was simply unimaginable. At this time, Tang Li was lying on the tatami in Madame Tang's courtyard, rolling on the ground with laughter. Ha ha ha! Mother, do you think my brother will rush down from Tianshan Mountain and kill me? Madame Tang was overjoyed. No, no, he'll rush down the mountain and castrate you. Tang Li looked up with a hurt expression. Are you really my mother? Will Ning Jing really come over later? Madame Tang asked. She'll definitely come over. Tang Li was very confident. The Ning clan still hasn't discovered that the Pearflower storm needles have been destroyed. Madame Tang had been puzzled by this matter. They probably don't know how to use it. Haha, let them slowly figure it out. Tang Li chuckled. Shoo! Madame Tang heard the secret signal from the maidservant and became alert. She's coming, quickly! Today, Tang Li and Madame Tang were going to play the trick of injuring themselves to gain Ning Jing's confidence. After Tang Li and Ning Jing returned to the Tang sect after their honeymoon, their lives returned to normal. After Tang Li inherited the position of clan master, he began to take charge of the manufacturing and design of various levels of hidden weapons. Ning Jing remotely controlled the management of several major industries in her hands through letters, the largest of which was the arms trade. The two of them did their own things. When they were together, it was always Tang Li who started the fight, and in the end, it was Tang Li who made her happy in all kinds of ways. Several times, no matter how Tang Li coaxed Ning Jing, she didn't smile. Tang Li made an exception and took her to visit the Tang sect's secret hidden weapons manufacturing factory. In short, Tang Li was the epitome of a wife-slave. Almost everyone in the Tang sect said that Tang Li was the man who doted on his wife the most. Hearing this, Ning Jing didn't know what to think. Perhaps she really believed that Tang Li had fallen in love with her. A few days ago, she had pretended to be in a bad mood and refused to answer Tang Li's questions. In the end, Tang Li grew angry, so she told him that business at the arms trade had been terrible recently. Because they hadn't released any new weapons in a long time, their competitors had snatched up a few big orders. Tang Li considerately told her, Jing what are you afraid of? I'm here. The Tang clan has a few types of hidden weapons that are perfect for the battlefield. I can just supply them to you for free. Once you spread the news, I guarantee you'll get back all your lost business. The next day after Tang Li's boastful words, Ning Jing really did spread the news, sending all of Cloud Realm continent into an uproar. After all, anyone who could use the Tang clan's hidden weapons as weapons would double the strength of their armies. Ning Cheng was probably the happiest person to hear the news. That was because no matter how Ning Jing sold her weapons, they'd all end up in his hands. After Ning Jing spread the news, she immediately went to find Tang Li to ask him for details on the types and quantities of hidden weapons, but Tang Li only hemmed and hawed. Ning Jing immediately grew unhappy. If her previous unhappiness had all been an act to make things difficult for Tang Li, then she couldn't tell whether she was truly angry or faking it this time. This morning, she'd asked Tang Li again, but Tang Li had vowed to give her an answer by the afternoon. But by the time the sun was about to set, Tang Li was nowhere to be seen. Ning Jing couldn't find him anywhere and had no choice but to come to Lady Tang's courtyard. Lady Tang's place was the last place in the Tang clan she wanted to visit. Hearing the footsteps outside, Tang Li immediately tossed a rattan whip to Lady Tang. Mother, don't use too much force. It's fine. Tang Li had promised Ning Jing something so important, so he naturally had to use the trick of injuring himself to gain her confidence. Although Lady Tang agreed to play along with her son's act, she couldn't bring herself to do it with the whip in her hand. Son, why don't we just hit her a few times? Do you think Ning Jing's blind? Do you think she'll believe us if we don't hit her hard enough? Tang Li said seriously. Mother, if you can't steal your heart, then I won't be the clan head if I can't get her arms trade within a year. Then go find your father. Have him hit you. Lady Tang grew anxious. She'll only believe you if you hit her. As Tang Li spoke, he snatched the rattan whip and swiftly whipped himself a few times. Every time he whipped himself, his skin and flesh were lacerated. It was a ghastly sight. Actually, Tang Li was a martial artist, so these few whips didn't carry much force. At most, they were just superficial wounds, so he could bear it. After whipping his legs, he harshly whipped his back a few times, causing his body to bleed. Finally, he handed the rattan whip to Lady Tang. At this time, Lady Tang's eyes were already filled with tears, but Tang Li was still smiling. Mother, she's almost here. Hurry up, don't mess it up for me. I'll definitely take care of that little bitch. Lady Tang looked at her son's bruised body and saw the bright and excited smile on his face. Suddenly, a sense of uneasiness flashed through her heart. The radiance in her son's eyes at this moment was too similar to his father's when he was young. That was the kind of radiance that would only appear when you like someone. Lady Tang hoped that this was just her imagination. She gripped the rattan whip and quickly got into the mood. While crying, she reprimanded Tang Li, "You unfilial son! Wastrel, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for spoiling you too much. That's why you've become like this." Tang Li, oh Tang Li, do you know that the Tang sect's hidden weapons are not to be sold to outsiders? It's a rule passed down by our ancestors. It's the foundation of our Tang sect's seclusion. Do you know how much trouble the Tang sect will face in the future if you do something bad? I'm telling you, there's no way. There's no way this is happening. Ning Jing stood at the door with her arms crossed and silently listened. Her penetrating eyes were sizing up Tang Li's injuries. Mother, I'll definitely do what I promised Ning Jing. Today, even if you beat me to death, I won't change my mind. I'm the Tang sect's leader, not father, Tang Li said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Lady Tang viciously lashed out with the whip. His skin really split open. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. Even if I beat you to death today, I won't allow you to break the rules of our ancestors. As Lady Tang spoke, she lashed out with the whip again. Who knew that Ning Jing would actually not move? Lady Tang's heart was bleeding, but she had no choice but to continue. Would Ning Jing stop her? Chapter 766. Mrs. Tang was waiting for Ning Jing to stop her. However, after she whipped Tang Li for the third time, Ning Jing was still standing there. Mrs. Tang glanced over and saw Ning Jing's amused expression. It was as if she was enjoying watching Tang Li get beaten up. How could she tolerate this? This woman's heart was simply made of stone. Tang Li's efforts over the past few days were all for naught. Ning Jing, how dare you come here? Mrs. Tang pretended that she had just noticed her. She suddenly rushed over and lashed out with the vine whip. Ning Jing almost didn't dodge. She was scared out of her wits. It's all your fault, you bitch. You seduced my son first. The Tang sect gave you face and married you officially. What else do you want? You don't want to mess with the Tang sect, do you? Mrs. Tang was both acting and serious. She lashed out with the whip again, but Ning Jing dodged it again. A crafty look flickered past her eyes. Instead of running outside, she ran into the room and hid by Tang Li's side. This, Mrs. Tang and Tang Li both cursed in their hearts. Mrs. Tang turned back and had to continue acting. Tang Li, get out of the way. I'll teach this little vixen a lesson today. Otherwise, she'll forget that the Tang sect's surname is Tang, not Ning. No. Tang Li was very brave. Are you going to move or not? Mrs. Tang asked again. No. Even if you beat me to death, I won't move, Tang Li said loudly. Ning Jing hid behind him and clutched his clothes tightly. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to move or not? Mrs. Tang was waiting for her son to think of a way to get out of this situation. Tang Li couldn't compromise. He was waiting for Mrs. Tang to find a way out herself. In the end, after Mrs. Tang whipped Tang Li 3 times, she pretended to have a heart attack and threw away the vine whip. She supported herself with one hand on the table and the other on her chest. She was out of breath and couldn't speak. "Mother, mother, what's wrong? Someone come!" Tang Li shouted. The maidservants immediately rushed over. The maidservants in Lady Tang's courtyard were all clever people. They were used to seeing Lady Tang pretend to be ill, so they all looked flustered. They quickly carried Lady Tang to the inner room, but did not call for a doctor. "Jing don't be afraid. You go back first. I want to see my mother," Tang Li said seriously. Unexpectedly, Ning Jing was not concerned about his injury or Mrs. Tang's illness. She asked, "What about the hidden weapons?" At this moment, Tang Li almost vomited blood. However, he still endured it. He didn't believe that his strategy of spoiling his wife wouldn't work. "It's fine, don't worry. I'll definitely do what I promised you," Tang Li answered seriously. Then I'm relieved." Ning Jing smiled happily. She was obviously doing it on purpose. When she left Madame Tang's courtyard, she smiled even more happily. Tang Li wanted to trick her with his little tricks? He must be dreaming. At night, when Tang Li returned to his room, Ning Jing was already lying on her side. She was sleeping with her back to the outside. Tang Li's wounds were not treated, and he looked like he had just returned from Madame Tang's place. He stuck his head out to look at Ning Jing and saw that she was really asleep. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He clearly knew that it was all an act, and they were competing to see who would be conquered first. However, when he saw Ning Jing sleeping so soundly, his heart still felt cold. He didn't wake Ning Jing up. He took off his outer clothes and went to the backyard to wash up. A large basin of cold water poured down from the top of his head. The coldness penetrated his heart, causing the wounds all over his body to hurt. It also cleared up his somewhat groggy mind. "Tang Li, do you want to die?" Suddenly, Ning Jing's voice came from behind him. Tang Li looked back and saw Ning Jing standing on the steps in a thin nightgown. Her hair was casually scattered, and her dainty little face was a little drowsy. Even after she got married, she insisted on wearing men's clothes. Even he could only see her in women's clothes when they were in bed. If he ignored what she said just now, he could really think of her as a weak woman who could not stand the wind. She was delicate, and people could not help but want to protect her. However, this woman was not someone that ordinary men could protect. Tang Li quickly came back to his senses. He chuckled and said, "Did I wake you up?" "Yes," Ning Jing said angrily. "It's the middle of the night. If you want to wash up, can't you go somewhere else?" Tang Li's temper was unimaginably good. He still chuckled. "Hurry up and go back to sleep. Be careful not to catch a cold. I'll change to another place." He was really about to leave, but Ning Jing said angrily, "Come back. You woke me up and I can't sleep." Tang Li obediently came back. "Then I'll talk to you." Ning Jing rolled her eyes at him. She took his hand and went into the house. She was not gentle at all. She was very violent. She pressed him into a chair and then took a towel to wipe his body. When she touched his wounds, she was still careful. She took out the best ointment she had hidden and carefully applied the ointment on Tang Li. Other than the pleasure in bed, this was the first time that Tang Li saw this woman's gentle side. Soon, the wounds on his upper body were treated. Tang Li looked at his wet pants and snickered maliciously. "Take it off. Hurry up." Ning Jing frowned and looked unhappy. She did not know if it was because she was woken up or because Tang Li's wounds had not been treated. Tang Li quickly took off his clothes and was only left with a pair of shorts. Ning Jing squatted down and applied the ointment on him. He did not know if it was just Tang Li's imagination. When Ning Jing squatted down, he seemed to have heard her sigh. "Ning Jing, is there anything in this world that can make you sigh with a heart of stone?" After treating the whip wounds on his legs, Ning Jing threw the ointment on the table and warned him coldly, "If you wake me up again, you'll have to bear the consequences." She curled up on the bed again, leaving Tang Li sitting alone at the side. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. Tang Li's cold heart seemed to have warmed up. He quickly lay down beside Ning Jing. At first, he was very careful, but later on, he became restless. He first leaned toward her and then wrapped his big hand around her waist. Tang Li! Ning Jing warned in a low voice. Tang Li turned a deaf ear to her. His big hand moved restlessly as he murmured, Jing Jing. Jing Jing. In the silent night, the familiar embrace and the murmur of a lover were no longer important. What was real, what was fake, who was acting, who was watching the show, and who was immersed in the show. The candlelight was extinguished and the gauze curtain fell. Their minds were in a mess. When their passion reached its peak, he heard Ning Jing's gentle voice, Ali, your wounds. Tang Li covered her mouth. If a virgin dies under a chrysanthemum, I'll still be a romantic ghost. He always remembered that the little chrysanthemum was her favorite flower. While Tang Li was immersed in his tenderness, Han Yunxi, who was far away in Pill Fiend Pharmacy, was worried about him before she left for Medical City. Even if he's tricking Ning Jing, news like this will still cause trouble for the Tang clan, Han Yunxi said seriously. Tang Li had agreed to cooperate with Ning Jing's arms trade to sell assassination weapons. This was a signal to outsiders that the Tang clan's rules weren't so strict. Young clan head Tang, I more haste, less speed. Chu Shifeng was extremely worried as well. He secretly hoped that the Tang clan wouldn't fall into chaos before His Highness Duke of Qin made his move. Gu Beiyue wasn't familiar with such matters, so he didn't say much. He simply handed over a few prescriptions to Mu Ling and Imperial Physician Huang. These are my additions, you can refer to them for reference. After making arrangements for Pill Fiend Pharmacy, Gu Beiyue wrote down a few more prescriptions for preventing epidemic. He suggested that Mu Ling find someone to make the medicine and divide it into bags before having the various prefectures, towns, and villages distribute it to each household. Han Yunxi couldn't help but admire Gu Beiyue's thoughtfulness. Given the lack of doctors in the south-central regions and the increasing number of patients, it was easy for a large-scale epidemic to break out. Little Ear looked over the prescriptions as he asked Gu Beiyue a few questions. Gu Beiyue patiently explained everything while Lady Hellion sat on one side and watched. She seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. "Seventh Madam, Little Ear seems to have grown taller recently," Han Yunxi said with a grin. Lady Hellion didn't react at all. "Mother, my big sister's asking you a question." "I've grown taller," Little Ear exclaimed. Only then did Lady Hellion snap out of her daze. Yes, you've grown taller. Seventh Madam, you must be tired. Go back and rest early. We'll have to trouble you and Little Ear to come over and help us while we're away," Han Yunxi said. Lady Hellion glanced at her. "You're treating me like an outsider." Han Yunxi finally had the time to chat with Lady Hellion and Little Ear after she was done with her work. However, she had no choice but to leave before long. If she stayed any longer, the sun would have risen. Bailey Mingxiang had already left in secret. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue didn't return to the Duke of Qin's residence, but left Pill Fiend Pharmacy directly. As for Gu, not a trace of him was seen the entire night. Mu Ling Imperial Physician Huang, and Lady Hellion sent them off. When the carriage was so far away that they couldn't see it anymore, Lady Hellion asked, "Oh right, where are they going? Why did I forget to ask?" "To save someone," Mu Ling answered. Imperial Physician Huang sneered inwardly, but didn't say anything. "Who are they saving?" Little Ear asked curiously. Mu Ling rubbed Little Ear's head. "Big sister doesn't know either. You can ask your big sister when she comes back, okay?" "Okay." Little Ear was obedient. The next morning, Mu Ling didn't show up at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. She had the Shadow Guard take her to Han Yunxi and the others. As expected, she saw Gu. "Aya lass, so you're coming with us?" Gu Qishao grinned heartlessly. He knew Mu Linger couldn't leave, but he didn't care. Mu Ling took out a bottle of medicine from her sleeve and handed it to him. Here, I know you're going back to Medical City to settle accounts with those people. You have to be careful. Gu was shocked, then angrily turned to glare at Han Yunshi. As expected, Mu Ling already knew that he was Gu Qisha, the abandoned disciple of Medical City. Han Yunshi avoided Gu's gaze and urged her horse forward. We'll wait for you up ahead. Gu Beiyue and the Shadow Guard immediately followed, leaving Gu and Mu Ling alone. Gu's anger towards Han Yunshi always came and went as quickly as it came, as if it had never been much. He wasn't in Pill Fiend Pharmacy often anyway, so it didn't matter if this lass knew. He was already chuckling again and didn't ask Mu Ling about knowing his identity. He fiddled with the medicine bottle and asked, "Lass, what's this?" "It's a new medicine I develop. It's used when you need to save your life. Don't use it unless you have no other choice," Mu Ling said very seriously. "You mean, I should only use it when I'm about to die?" Gu asked. "Don't jinx it." Mu Ling glared at him. Gu accepted it graciously. "I'll remember it. You can go back now. Chi brother, you have to be careful." Mu Ling was reluctant to part with them. She knew that even if she made the medicine sound mysterious, Chi brother wouldn't open it. His medical skills were many times better than hers, and he had high standards. He wouldn't be interested in her medicine. In reality, the medicine bottle wasn't actually filled with medicine, but rather a note. Chi brother wouldn't read it, but he would at least keep it with him, as if she was accompanying him. "Chi brother, you should leave first. Ling will watch you leave." Mu Ling was a little choked up. They were always in such a hurry. When would they be able to see each other again? Would they be able to survive Medical City's calamities smoothly and safely? Chapter 767. Mu Ling said she wanted to see them leave first, but Gu immediately nodded. "All right, then we're leaving." By the time Gu Qishao turned around, Mu Linger's heart had already shattered to pieces. She suddenly regretted her impulsive decision to chase after him. Why didn't she continue to pretend that she didn't know he was Gu Beiyue? Why didn't she pretend that she didn't know he was Medical City's abandoned disciple? Why didn't she pretend that she didn't know he would be leaving with Han Yunshi and Gu Beiyue today? She could have even pretended to rush to the Duke of Qin's estate to look for him this morning. If she pretended not to know anything, she could even tell Gu Qisha, "I like Qi Gij, I miss Qi Gij." As long as she could see Qi Gij, chat with him, and hear him call her lass, she would be satisfied for the rest of her life. But from today onwards, she couldn't say anything in the end, she didn't shed any tears. Instead, she picked up her shattered heart and put it back together. A strong heart wasn't one that would never break. No matter how many times it was broken, it could always be put back together and resolutely welcome the next heartbreak. "Chi brother, Ling will wait for you." It wasn't until the Shadow Guard came to urge her that Mu Ling reluctantly left. Mu Ling was only able to catch up to Han Yunshi because the Shadow Guard had led the way. As for the spies hidden in South Ning City, although they knew that Han Yunshi and the others were leaving, they couldn't follow their track. They had no idea where they were going or what they were going to do. Madame Hellion first went to Pill Fiend Pharmacy early in the morning, then left with the excuse that she had matters to attend to in her estate. Halfway there, she turned into an alley. "If we can't even find out something like this, when the Lord blames us, we'll all have to bear the consequences." The masked man's back was facing the light, but his back was tall and sturdy. "Shingo, they're all smart people. How do you want me to ask?" After Yunshi came back, she didn't ask about Su Xiaoyu or Gu Beiyue's poisoning. "I feel like she already knows what's going on," Madame Hellion said worriedly. "If she knew what was going on, would you still be alive now? Do you think Han Yunshi is as kind and motherly as you?" The man laughed disdainfully. "Hellion Zuexiang, if you take care of things properly, I won't make trouble for your son. You can continue to be the madam of the Han family, and he will still be the only heir of the Han family." The Han family is so big that it is enough for you and your son to live a carefree life. But if things go wrong... Before the man named Xing could finish speaking, Mrs. Hellion was shocked. What are you trying to do? You promised me that you wouldn't hurt Er. Madame Hellion really was a spy from Northernly. When she married Han Kongan, the Lord didn't tell her what her mission was, only that she had to live well. Her surname wasn't Hellion, but the Lord changed it for her to remind her not to forget where she came from. She naively thought that the Lord had let her off the hook by not giving her any missions. Once she married into the Han house, she knew her place and never fought. Over the past few years, the Lord had never contacted her. Until a few months ago, when Xing suddenly came to find her and threatened her with Er's life. He wanted her to give him information on the Duke of Qin's estate and Pill Fiend Pharmacy. If Xing Ji's blade hadn't been in front of her face, she wouldn't have believed it. After all these years, she really believed that the Lord had forgotten about her. If possible, she didn't want to betray Han Yunxi either. If not for Han Yunxi, she and Er would have been in dire straits by now. But for Er's sake, she had no choice but to accept the Lord's orders. Haha, Hellion Zuexiang, you're not young anymore. Why are you still so childish? Xing smiled coldly. I'll let you go, but what about the Lord? Do you think you can escape from him? What does the Lord want? Madame Hellion asked angrily. That's not a question for you or me to ask. Remember your duty. Also, find out where Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei went as soon as possible. Xing turned to leave. Madame Hellion hurriedly asked, Su Xiaoyu, is she still alive? Xing was immediately displeased. You dare ask about her? Do you know that stinky girl almost exposed your identity? You're the Lord's most hidden chess piece in the Han house. If I hadn't been smart that day, I wouldn't have been able to escape, let alone you. Madame Hellion's heart was filled with apprehension, but she didn't dare ask any questions. She watched as Xing disappeared into the shadows of the alleyway. It had to be said that Madame Hellion really was the most hidden chess piece. If Su Xiaoyu hadn't run into her by chance, or if Long Feiyi hadn't sent people to keep an eye on Su Xiaoyu, no one would have suspected Madame Hellion at all. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei knew the truth, but Han Yunxi was still in the dark. Before she left, she even told Chu Shifeng to investigate the matter in secret. If Long Feiyi hadn't said anything, Han Yunxi would never have guessed that her seventh madam had betrayed her. Su Xiaoyu could be said to have made a contribution by accident, but her current situation wasn't good at all. She had been starving for 5 days and 5 nights. Forget about food, she hadn't even had a drink of water. The dark, gloomy cell resembled a dry well. Its walls were covered in moss and unknown vines. Su Xiaoyu lay listlessly on one side, chewing on a freshly planted vine. If it wasn't for these vines, she would have died long ago. She still didn't know who her kidnappers were, but they delivered food and water to her once every half a month. No matter how hungry she was, she didn't dare to eat it all at once. Instead, she kept eating slowly until she ran out, then used the vines to allay her hunger. She had already forgotten Chu Shifeng's training, but she still remembered some survival skills. Thus, she wouldn't die so easily. She curled up and let down her waist-length hair, draping it over her body to keep warm. She was going to sleep. Sleeping was the best way to conserve energy and delay the digestion of food. Unexpectedly, the cell door suddenly opened. She immediately grew alert. This wasn't the time to deliver food. As expected, the newcomer was a girl around 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed in clean, pink robes that stood out in the dark, filthy cell. Su Xiaoyu couldn't see her face clearly in the dim light, but she could see that the girl's large, luminous eyes were shining brightly. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but blink. Her eyes had to be bigger and brighter than the girl's. Aya, you're not dead yet? The girl's tone was acerbic. I thought I'd come to collect a corpse today. Aya, should I be happy or unhappy? Unwilling to be outdone, Su Xiaoyu retorted, Did your father or mother die? Or did you come all the way here to collect a corpse? As soon as these words were spoken, the already cold prison cell seemed to have become even colder. It was so cold that even the guards outside could not help but feel their hair stand on end. It wasn't a good thing to offend Miss Yu-er. Miss Yu-er was the master's most trusted disciple. Her methods were just as frightening. This Miss Yu-er wasn't referring to Su Xiaoyu, but the girl whose eyes were filled with fury at this very moment. Dead father? Dead mother? Miss Yu-er suddenly sneered. I'm so sorry. I've lost my father and mother since young, so I really don't need to collect a corpse. As she said that, she walked towards Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu could clearly feel a strong murderous aura closing in on her. She reckoned that this girl's martial arts skills were far above hers. What should she do? She curled up in a corner, not moving at all as she watched the girl walk towards her. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu grabbed a handful of soil and threw it towards the girl. The girl dodged sideways and waved off some of the soil that had landed on her shoulder with interest. Su Xiaoyu had poisoned the soil, and she was secretly happy. Who knew that the girl looked at her with disdain? You dare to show off your slight skill in front of an expert. What a joke. Saying that, she squatted down and pressed one hand on Su Xiaoyu's right shoulder. Su Xiaoyu's right hand, which was about to poison, was unable to lift up. She quickly pressed on Su Xiaoyu's left shoulder. You know poison? Who are you? Su Xiaoyu asked angrily. She was shocked. She felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing on her shoulders. It was as if they were gnawing on her flesh and drilling into her bones. The soreness was indescribable. Who I am isn't important. What's important is who is Gu. The girl asked. I don't know. I'm not familiar with him. Su Xiaoyu replied loudly. Not saying? The girl laughed. I don't know. If I knew, I would definitely tell you. Su Xiaoyu was speaking the truth. She would not suffer for someone who was not important to her. If the poison in her shoulder was not cured, her hands would be crippled. All right, then I'll ask you again. Is there a phoenix birthmark on Han Yunxi's back? The girl asked again. Su Xiaoyu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. However, she could not recall it. Is there? The girl's patience was not bad. I don't know. Su Xiaoyu replied loudly. Not to mention that she did not know. Even if she knew, she would definitely not say it. She would not reveal a single word about her master. The girl's smile became even more brilliant. That pair of bright eyes were in high spirits in the dusk. She said, All right, then tell me, what do you know? I don't know anything. I'm just a servant girl. Su Xiaoyu scolded. You're also a dog. You should be clear about the rules. Slap. The girl fiercely slapped her. Su Xiaoyu fell to the ground. Her shoulders hurt so much that she could not move her hands. She glared fiercely at the girl. Her gaze was fierce and sinister, causing the girl to shrink back. You're so young, but you're quite capable. I'll give you a month's time. If you don't die, we'll slowly play. After the girl finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and left. Outside the secret prison, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the girl's young face. It also illuminated her pair of large eyes that had been sinister for a long time. She was none other than Bai Yanqing's disciple, Jun Yixie's little junior sister, Bai Yuqiao. It went without saying that Madame Hulian's lord was Bai Yanqing. Miss Yu, the lord is urging you. The attendant reported in a low voice. I know. Bai Yuqiao instructed in a low-key manner. Keep an eye on that girl. She's Han Yunxi's servant girl. Keep her for future use. After she finished speaking, she rushed to see Bai Yuqiao. Bai Yuqiao was waiting for her in a carriage by the roadside. Master, that girl won't say anything. She reported truthfully. There's no rush. Bai Yanqing put down the chess record in his hand and asked, You girl, where do you think Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue went? Up to Tianshan? I heard that Gu Beiyue's medical skills are not bad. Could it be that he went up to Tianshan to treat Long Fei Ye's injuries? Bai Yuqiao asked.